We live?
Yeah, we're live.
I feel alive.
I think. Probably. Uh,
Probably.
Might be, I might be mistaken. I hope I'm not.
I'm going to. Cool, I can see chat from my iPad. That's good. Right. Alright. Uh. Yep.
We out here playing Minecraft.
Yeah, we're playing Minecraft with a few mods because my friends convinced me to.
I have several addictions.
Yes.
If I lie to
This
myself enough, I
is
can convince
nothing.
myself they're healthy.
This has nothing to do with the mods, by the way. It's just PSA.
Right.
It's just something that is.
Alright.
Don't worry about it.
Here's one of my friends.
Hello. Yo estoy Lucy.
Estas, Lucy?
I have already messed it up.
It's okay.
This. Wait.
And this is another friend. Hello.
Hello.
And we're just here. Yep, I'm live streaming on a whim because I decided to. I figured.
Yeah, there is definitely not somebody pointing a gun at your head.
Yeah.
Definitely not a 44 Snub-Nose revolver.
Stop it. It's, uh. Uh. You're not actually doing that. I'm willingly doing this on my own.
Yes, of course.
The gun is just there for decoration.
I decided why not do this because it seemed fun, and last time we played on this server, it was very fun. Also, there's a skeleton trying to kill me. Help.
When there's
Where?
bones
That
afoot.
way.
Where are the bones afoot?
Yeah, I also have a new skin that I'm using for this server. It's from my Iconoclasts. It's basically, it's
Oh, there he
It
is.
is
It's a
Agent
game.
Gray
yes.
of the antagonists in a pixel art 2D side-scrolling Metroidvania Iconoclasts made by Konjac.
Thank you, Lucy, for
Why
all the
did you-
info.
Why did you output the game's...
Not sponsored.
Not sponsored. Not sponsored at all. No, we're not even
the
playing
game's
that game right now.
Well, you don't know that.
Not to mention the crime record associated with the developers and any other trivia that nobody else would know other than you specifically.
Oh yeah, we made fish
Well,
stew
maybe.
last time. I forgot about that.
We made a lot of bread last time. At least some of us did.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't. Yeah, last time we were using dough to cook for bread on the campfire, and let me just
Sim
say,
kept forgetting.
I kept not putting the bread on the campfire. I would lose the
Oh my
ability
goodness gracious,
to
look at
do
your
it.
health.
What?
You should probably eat something.
Yeah. I'm gonna eat my fish stew. Amazing.
Comforting.
Swordfish.
This is why I love you. We're gay, by the way.
Yeah, my friends are gay and dating. I'm just here.
Also gay, but like adjacently.
Yes. That's the best way to put it, actually. Yeah, good job.
I have a way with words. It's not a good one.
Oh my goodness. All right. Well,
Or is it I
yeah.
get away with words?
I don't know. You do something with words. It's a thing that happens. Um,
I think you can spell with them. Does that make me a wizard? A mage of some description?
probably wizard
Shadow Wizard
because you.
Money Gang. We love casting spells.
I think it'd be wizard because you'd be learning from the world. Yep. Um,
Acceptable.
this is complicated.
What?
Okay.
Space sucks.
Why did we do this? Um,
Because
you did
we're-
this. I wanted to build, and you decided, you know what? I want to live in a hole.
no,
So you
I'm
dug
pretty
a hole
sure.
in the dirt,
I'm-
and now you're complaining about the hole in the dirt that you dug.
I'm
I'm pretty sure I was the one that dug the hole.
Yeah.
No, it was him specifically wanting to be underground to avoid getting attacked by monsters.
No, but Lucy dug the hole in the first
Yeah,
This
place.
is
because you're
true.
too lazy to dig it yourself.
It's always Sim's fault. That's
It is always Sim's fault. Any problem that has ever happened to anyone can be eventually traced back to Sim.
probably.
Yeah. Unfortunately, can I have some blocks? I want to help place blocks.
Sure. Let me just. I
I can
want to
just
make
take it from your
edits to the-
backpack if you didn't lock it, though.
No, you can't, because then you'd start placing them wrong.
No, but I can take them. That's.
You can, but then you'd start placing them wrong, and I'd be forced to murder you.
Please don't murder me.
It wouldn't be very satisfying.
It'd be very satisfying.
Oh, come on. He's an easy kill.
Exactly.
Okay, so like, how do you
I know
want?
you love a
Like, I
challenge.
see that you're like texturing
I
kind of
do,
like
but
a 50
sometimes it is
mix.
exceptionally funny to splat someone that is incapable of protecting themselves.
I'm pretty
Very
sure we
true.
have PvP off.
It's true.
Do you want to find out?
No. So you're doing like the packed mud and then the packed mud bricks like in a kind of 50-50 mix of texture?
Yeah.
Okay,
Mm-hmm.
cool. Just tell me where to place the blocks and I'll do it.
I will as soon as I've carved out the path where all the blocks are gonna go.
Alright, cool.
I'm telling you, you can place them once I'm ready with this.
Sophie, do you want to explain kind of what this building is gonna be?
A temple of some description based loosely on the Chichen Itza structure in Mexico.
Yes. I'm
Based very loosely on it.
yeah,
You know.
definitely very loosely, but I think it's really cool. And we're gonna,
Thank you.
we're gonna
Resemblance is purely coincidental.
Yeah.
To any temple is living or dead.
Preferably dead.
Yes, the meat church.
Meat church? What?
It's made entirely of meat.
Take me to
It's
merch.
better you stop thinking about it.
Oh.
Christ, the merch.
Oh god.
Take me to merch.
What was I doing?
Okay, the border.
I...
Is that cut granite and granite for the border?
Mm-hmm. And the
Oh,
border
okay.
is what I'm editing.
Dear
All right.
me, we do not
Cool,
have
cool, cool,
iron.
cool.
No, we have literally no iron.
Let's fix that.
We've got a lot of copper though. How is
Yep.
it we always end up with a lot of copper and then basically no iron?
Because iron...
Copper
or
is much
copper-
more common and it drops in
Oh.
clumps.
Yeah, it
Hold
has
on.
native fortune. I've made some gold pickaxes and I'm going in the caves.
Okay.
Wish me
Wow.
luck. Oh,
Squeak. Could you, since you're waiting on me to do this, could you gather more granite and bring it to me, please?
probably.
Bones are
Ah,
Are you just watching me do this?
no. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, is there granite in their chests already? Let me look.
If there is, bring it to me. If there isn't, go get some.
There is not. All right, I'll go find some granite veins. Oh, there's stuff here. Lava farm.
Right, this is a
No.
dripstone cave. We're not going to really find much in terms of iron there.
Iron
Iron-
spawns less often in dripstone caves?
Iron.
Copper is predominantly
Yeah.
what spawns in dripstone.
Iron is more in lush caves, I think.
Is it?
A little bit
I know it
more.
spawns.
I mean, I've had quite good luck with iron in dripstone caves, yeah.
I just realized I started this stream and I forgot to go get food beforehand and welp.
Please do not disintegrate live on stream.
Bro has the metabolism of a fire.
Yeah. Um Oh, I'm not really seeing very much granite. Is there like a particular like area where granite would mainly spawn?
Well,
Underground.
understand
I get
understand
that,
that
so
the way that stone generates in this mod pack is different because stone generates
But
in
even
large bands
with
and
the
large.
even
I
with
found
these mods,
mossy stone, which is really interesting.
Thank you. That is exactly what we need.
I'm sorry. Whoa, that's a big chasm. I'm not going there. Nope. Mm-mm.
Please let the girl talk.
Sorry.
I've already forgotten what I was gonna say.
Oh,
You're gonna
I
talk
found some.
about like stone and
Yeah, I was gonna say that I tend to find granite on like mountainsides and whatnot, but you are right in saying that the generation's different. So I don't know if that's gonna
Yeah, I don't know if that's the
necessarily be
case.
true.
the create mod causes stone, or is it the create mod or is it Splunkery? And it
It might be
causes
both.
different stone types to generate in huge blobs and strata.
I found granite though. I found a little granite patch, and I'm actively digging it out.
I'm not gonna need much, so thank you.
Yeah, well,
I found some
I'm
birch
digging
trees and
out more
Oh.
just in case.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh,
Paul.
be sure to get the sapling so we can plant it more here. Oh, I found some iron as well.
Yeah, very good. I'm collecting the catkins at the
I
birch drop.
realized I do not have any torches on me.
This seems to be a problem.
Whoopsie.
We're surrounded by dry biomes. I suppose that would mean a lot of gold. I think. But
There is somebody viewing the
but-
stream,
but-
and I appreciate that person for viewing the stream, even if it's just a sneaky little lurk.
well, we appreciate lurkers here.
Yes, you do. Just be sure to collect the little. Just for whoever's lurking, that like that one viewer, just be sure to click the little chest at the bottom of the screen, or sometimes it looks like a clapboard, to be sure that Twitch knows that you are lurking and you are still paying attention to the stream. Better Twitch TV does it automatically, but I don't have Better Twitch TV because it breaks my computer sometimes. But yeah. I'm lost. Uh-oh.
How on earth have you gotten lost already?
I don't know. I just have.
This is why you always leave a path behind you. One
I
that
was
you can
following the torches
identify.
and I it Oh. Uh-oh.
Always place your torches on one side of the wall telling you if you're going deeper in or coming back out.
Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
I have found a savannah village, but, well, as per usual, this village has absolutely nothing of note that we don't already have.
It has villagers.
Yeah, but
Does
like
it?
it does have villagers.
Oh,
That is a
uh,
fair point.
dripstone. I got stuck on the
Do we have
dripstone.
cabbage?
No, we don't have
I don't
cabbage.
think
We
we
need
do.
cabbage. We need cabbage. We need cabbage. We need
Well, there we
cabbage.
go.
Basic
I
cabbage
stand
rolls are
corrected.
better than bread and can be made by cabbage and literally any type of meat or plant.
Or mushroom.
I don't know if
Yeah,
mushrooms work
I'm
actually.
sure you're not gonna find some way to screw up cabbage rolls, Sim.
Hey, wait a
Please don't
minute.
burn them.
Wait, wait, wait,
Please
wait,
don't
wait, wait.
burn the
I recognize
cabbage
this
roll.
bit. I recognize this bit. I think I know where I am vaguely. I still haven't found our entrance. Oh, help.
No, I'm sure you'll be fine.
Uh,
We're very supportive.
this is what my
Not
friends
of
are
their
like.
safety or anything, but
This
like
is what my. Wait a minute. Um, I, I can't tell where I am. Like I'm just in a cave. I'm not like I don't see our path that we like our strip mine path. Ah. Why am I like this?
well,
Why am I so silly?
when in
Ah!
doubt,
You'll be
dig
fine.
straight up.
No, that would be a bad idea. No, that's the opposite way.
You have a
Is it?
shovel, don't you?
True,
Get
but
blocks in your
Yeah,
I'm
but he
hotbar.
also does not have the cognitive capability to act while panicking.
Right, right.
yeah, but it's also that if I try and dig straight up or like make a staircase up, it might end up in a place where like it intersects with I don't know the build you're working on. So
If that happens, then it's perfect because you know you're here.
Yep.
And you're not going to permanently damage the build by digging under it. I'm just
This
gonna
is a
cover it up.
sandbox game.
Yeah.
all right, I'm gonna fucking dig my way
There
up.
is no gravity unless God decides there is.
But I don't have any torches. There might be monsters.
Well, you're the
Don't
most
we
horrifying
have
thing down there, so don't worry.
a keep inventory is set to false, but your loot will be kept safe in your amulet until you go
Fine.
to retrieve it.
I found another cave and a spider. Ah!
You have a sword, don't you? Did I make you a sword? I can't remember if I did.
No, I have a knife. That's it.
Oh yeah, I offered you a sword and you turned me down.
I hear a tree hitting the
And
ground. I think that means I'm
Red
nearby.
hair.
are you using the epic fight combat, or are you just clicking on them?
I don't know.
Are you clicking and swinging, or are you clicking and just
He doesn't have a sword, so he'd be punching.
Yeah.
punching in epic fight stuns? It's very rapid. It's not exactly a very effective means of dealing damage, but it's better than nothing.
Well, I actually used the knife.
And I'm not sure it has any tags to make it a valid knife, but well, it's damage increase. That is a skeleton.
I feel like I'm close, but I can't tell. Oh no.
Oh no, those are phantoms. Oh, balls.
So my pick broke.
You
Make a
should
stone one.
you should know how to repair them.
I don't have
He
sticks.
doesn't.
No, I
Put on
know
a
how to
stone.
repair it. I'm just not at a place to repair it. And I don't have any wood to make a
Do you
stick
have-
to make a stone one.
Ring.
I'm gonna use the gold one and because I have that one.
Wait, hold on. Use the gold one to mine coal if there's any. Make a furnace, melt some copper, and
I don't
wait,
have copper. I
you
have iron,
you
and
don't
that's it. And I don't have
right.
sticks.
And you can use the iron to make an iron pick, but you
I
don't have
don't have
sticks.
sticks.
Yeah. Why do neither of you ever carry wood anywhere you go?
I do.
I
Alright,
forgot.
Sim, why are you
I
useless?
forgot. Ah, gravel.
Oh, I found some flags.
Wait, I'm near dirt level. That means I'm close, right?
Means something. Oh, there's more
Remember the
phantoms.
dirt can just spawn in globs underground.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm
So
near the
don't get your
surface.
hopes up.
I'm at
This ain't
Y63. I don't
good.
think that so. Hi! I found my way up! Finally! Hello! Where did I end up? Uh, oh. Oh!
Have I?
Hello!
Hello. How you doing?
I spawned behind you guys. When in doubt, dig straight down with your axe. No! I'm not digging straight down with my axe! Oh my goodness.
That sounds like a wonderful idea. You should have done that
No!
instead.
No!
Damn right.
I also have a stack and a bit of granite, so yeah.
Thank you.
I would like to remind the world that I did not vote for the Phantom. I didn't vote for any mob, but that's besides the point.
Well, not voting is the same thing as voting for whatever ended up being, because you didn't contribute to voting against it.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Repair. I need copper. Okay.
We
Where's
have
the
plenty of
copper?
copper.
Oh, we do? Where? Oh, we do. Yippee. Boop. Oh, no.
All right,
I need the hammer.
I'm now remembering a game rule that I wanted to change.
Which was?
It is game rule.
There we
Let's
go.
see,
I
it was
repaired. Yippee.
Stiff combo attacks. It is currently set to true. I'm setting it to false so that you don't just not attack sometimes. It is now much more forgiving.
Okay.
Wait, what does that mean? What does that
It
do?
means that your combo attacks will still happen even if you mistime the click.
Oh, that's good. Granite is in the stone and dirt chest. You're welcome.
Okay, yeah.
Would one of you mind sleeping?
Oh. Boop.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Ow. My foot fell asleep.
Safety, safety, safety. Being out at night with leather armor and a copper
Well,
poking
that's
stick is
somebody
not
who
fun.
needs to get banned. Give me a second.
Oh
Oh
dear.
boy.
Someone's advertising in my chat. Yeah, that's a first time chat.
Advertisement monkey.
Yeah. Show mod icons.
Who does
Bam.
that?
Bye-bye. Don't be advertising, thanks. Especially with that bullshit. Yeah, no. No.
None of that.
Thanks.
Moving on.
Cool. Don't worry about it. Exactly. Yeah. No, it was like
You don't need to say what they're advertising.
it was not just an advertisement. It was asking to DM and spicy content and like all of that bullshit. Like no, that's not allowed. Read the
You want
fucking
spicy
rules.
content?
There's literally the rules for a reason.
You want spicy content? I'll make some squid ink pasta.
Yeah, good. I really should go get food before the dining hall closes. Um,
You
Look
should
at food.
probably, yeah.
thing is, I'm streaming, and I
We're still here. I mean, we're not looking at
Yeah.
the chat actually, so that might be a problem.
yeah, that could be. Um,
Be right back.
Chat says ghost peppers are good spicy content.
Hell yeah.
All right, I'm gonna stay um in a safe spot and
Yep.
go AFK. If you just want to like entertain chat, maybe question mark.
What could possibly go wrong, right?
Yeah, I think you're still able to be seen. So, well, not seen. Uh,
Heard.
heard. Yeah, if you want to come down to where I am, you can do it. Yep.
I am very far away
Oh,
in some other caves somewhere else.
fair enough. Cool. I will be back. Yay, food.
Food, it's good for you. This stream's been sponsored by edible items. You can put them in your mouth and then you feel better afterwards. Wow, being funny is a whole lot worse when no one laughs. Just in case he comes back soon, anybody in the chat know where I could go to find iron that's like surface level? Like what mountain has the most iron? I could never get all the ore distribution charts in my head. Used to be a whole lot simpler. You know what? I'm in a good spot. I'm gonna look up the stream. Oh, there it is. Go. Now I'm in the stream. Where's a bitch go to get iron? Hello. The stream is currently paused, so they're not going to see chat. I found some corundum, indigo, and violet. That's what I like to see. Oh, I'm gonna get myself so lost. I'm just gonna come back home. I'll suck it up and head into the mines. Where even am I? Hun, could you put the coordinates of base in chat? Please and thanks. Thank you, baby. I went rather far. What are we having for lunch today? Or I suppose it'd be dinner already. Sorry for the lag. I guess my trip home is through ungenerated chunks. Oh, well, that's definitely a plus. I'm gonna have to ask you to sleep again. I am in no condition to fight off monsters. Especially not phantoms. Thank you. We're getting close. Yeah, I recognize this. Oh, you what they need. Be right back, music. Where's this go? these birch trees across the way. Hello?
No.
Hello, hello. Hi.
I have returned with food. Yippee!
Oh, that's all of us all at once.
Oh, awesome. All right.
And we're back.
Yippee! Uh, I was able to get some grilled cheese, so yep.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. Um, I hope it wasn't too bad to be gone. But yep.
Don't you worry yourself. We're here to have fun.
Yes, 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 yes. Um, wait a minute.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Okay. Something's being a little bit weird with my audio, though. I don't know what's wrong.
Yeah?
There we go. That's better.
That's it.
It went through my regular speakers instead of my headphones, and that's why I was like, why can I hear it when I don't have my headphones on? Anyway, I do have to eat my food, so,
Of course.
yep,
It's no worries.
cool. I'm just gonna kind of chat with you guys while eating food. Yeah, because, yes. So what have you guys been up to while I was gone?
I was also eating food.
Oh,
I have been practicing my depressing stand-up routine and asking chat, where do I find iron?
What did they
Chat
answer?
it's well, I don't want to pressure our one viewer into socializing.
yeah, no, you don't pressure anybody. It's okay. We don't have to.
Do it. Pressure them.
No. Wait a second. No.
This stream has no room for the weak.
Okay.
Oh no.
Bit far. But anyway. I'm also gonna. My Discord bot actually finally sent out the the fucking there we go. The notification that I went live, which is wow, that was delayed by a lot.
Well, like 20 minutes.
Better late than never,
Yeah,
right?
a little bit better late than never, but like interesting. Yeah, no, the bot said at
Yeah.
5:21 that I was live, and I went live way before then. I think.
Well, the bot's got other stuff to do. Can't be
Better stuff
watching
to
me
do
every hour
either.
of the day.
Chat says you can find iron underground. You're welcome. That's
That is very helpful.
also
Thank
I
you.
never knew that.
also apparently the roll didn't properly ping, which is I need to fix that. I don't understand what's wrong with bot issues. Oh, you know what it was? I think that bot it might be slightly have some outages. They're getting fixed, but you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, fun stuff.
We have fun here.
We do. Yeah.
Incorrect.
What do you mean?
Fun is made illegal.
Oh no.
They have deemed it so.
And she's always right.
Hmm. Yeah.
There we go. Got some compost.
And I also sent out some little, like, a couple servers that I'm in allows for some slight self promo when you stream and whatever. So I
Yeah.
went to the proper channels and did that, and maybe people will turn up. I don't know.
Who knows? If not, we will have had fun.
Yep.
That's what I think matters.
Yep. We can just have fun.
Hell yeah, dude.
Let's see. Oh, I have a stack of cobblestone for some reason. How did I get
Probably
that?
from being underground.
Oh no. Oh, because I use my golden pickaxe for stuff. The golden pick is low now, and I don't know how to fix it.
Is it a
It's a vanilla
standard?
golden pet.
I think it's a
Yeah,
standard
just
golden
make
pick.
more.
Oh, that's all you can do?
Well, you can combine two damaged ones together to add their durability and get a little bonus, but
I don't think we have a second one though.
I have 5 full
Oh.
durability gold pickaxes in my inventory.
Oh.
Not that that's
It's not
helpful.
like we're using the gold for anything else.
Yeah, we have so much gold, and there's so much more that I wasn't able to get. There's just so many.
You
in that
should.
one
We,
vein.
we need to use that for decoration in here.
Yeah, I mean we have
But-
several stacks of gold blocks, like raw gold blocks. Okay, no, not several stacks. We have 46 blocks of raw gold.
The thing is, raw gold is slightly different than just, I don't know, actual like gold blocks or gold bars, and like.
We can
you
get
can
a
fortune-
bonus.
You can like
Maybe.
you can turn the raw gold blocks into the raw gold again, and then get even more.
Yeah, there's ways that we can make raw. We can make raw ore into multiple ingots worth of material.
Yeah.
Although that requires brass level technology.
No, I was thinking just in vanilla, like the raw stuff.
You can't fortune raw gold blocks, Sim.
Oh, you can't.
It's
Oh.
not the same as the
Oh,
ore
I
blocks.
was
It's
thinking
just
of
a
ore.
3
I
by
was thinking
3.
of ore. I was thinking of ore. Never
Yeah.
mind.
Silly, silly, silly.
I am silly. You're right. I am always very silly.
You reserve the right to be silly.
Yes, I do. It's okay.
You have the right to remain silly. Anything you say can and will be laughed at by the court of law.
Are you guys the court of law?
We can be.
Yeah, okay. I figured that was the case. I love that, like, raw gold ore also kind of looks like mac and cheese. But, like, the salt under illumination looks even more like mac and cheese. Like, look at this. It's
and
literally
cheese
mac
corner.
and cheese. Mac and cheese. Like what I'm gonna have for dinner.
Delicious.
Actually, I have mac and cheese that uses white cheddar and not orange cheddar. So it's actually
Yeah.
yellow
Hot
cheddar.
take.
Yellow cheddar.
Hot take. I don't like mac and cheese.
Oh, the chat is the court of silliness. We have found CC to be silly. Thank you, chat.
Has been
Thanks.
discovered as being a silly.
Yep.
A singular entity known only as the silly.
I will say, this grilled cheese is better than most of the other dining halls grilled cheese. I don't know why. I can't put my finger on it.
I don't know why, but like the term dining hall makes it seem so much more bougie. Just, oh yes, I've gone to the dining hall to get my grilled cheese.
It's literally a big giant hall filled with tables and places to get food. AKA dining.
Cafeteria.
It's not a cafe though. Because they have
She never said cafe, she said cafeteria.
Okay. There's a difference.
There is. One is a place
What?
you go
No,
to get
wait,
coffee.
Wait. Someone said in chat, I just heard someone doesn't like mac and cheese. I am disappointed. No, I love mac and cheese. I was saying that the...
Not you, Lucy did.
Oh,
I am unfortunately cursed with bad taste.
no.
Okay, I like mac and
Chad is
cheese if there's
disappointed in
like
you. Chad is
I
disappointed
like
in
mac
you.
and cheese if there's like something crunchy in there. Like breadcrumbs.
Yeah, see, I'm the complete opposite. I can never have breadcrumbs in my mac and cheese, or it will be the awfulest thing ever.
Texture thing?
Texture thing.
Yeah.
Um, and then someone else said, I agree to the not liking mac and cheese. That goes beyond silliness into a new realm. Oh, chat.
I'm gonna be forced to eat mac and cheese until I like it. The beatings will continue until morale improves.
Oh no.
Sit me down in one of those tall chairs like a toddler.
And you would need a tall chair because you're tall. Mac and cheese is the treasure of our kingdom. I agree, chat. I agree. It's literally, we have a corner for mac and cheese blocks for that reason.
Such a lame
Cheesed
kingdom
macaroni.
you rule over.
What?
Such a lame kingdom you rule over.
Hey, mac and cheese is great.
I will like to disagree simply to piss more people off.
Yeah, Sophie's like that. Chat
Mhm.
says, CC is our king. They bring us mac and cheese. Yes! Yes, I do.
May
He does not know how to dig a hole.
may your cheeses be many, and your macaroni cheesed.
Cheese.
Your cheese be cheese and your cheese be cheese.
May your bitches be many, and your... Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Wait a
Yeah,
minute.
yeah.
Do not continue that sentence. Oh, I'm gonna have to put... Yeah. The stream is PG-13. Innuendo's fine. Nothing more than that. Swearing okay.
We don't even have any dogs.
True! We haven't found any wolves. I don't know why. Are we just not in the right area to have them spawn? Probably.
We live in a jungle, Sim.
Yeah? That means
They
ocelots and
spawn in
ferrets.
taigas.
Dogs spawn in a lot of places.
That is very fair. And I suppose in sparse jungles, there's going to be the rusty dog. But
That's in the... No, that's in the future. We're in
that's in
1.20.
that's in the snapshots.
Yep.
We're not there yet.
We're not there yet. I really do like the new dog variants though, and the fact that we can actually color the wolf armor is actually makes the armadillos kind of worth it. I didn't vote for them, but worth it because armadillo would be my second choice.
I think I voted for, yeah, the armadillo.
I have not been keeping up with Minecraft, so I voted for nothing at all. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, there's a mob vote that's every year, and it pits multiple people against
I
each
know
other.
I know about the
Yeah,
mob
she knows
vote.
about that.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
saying, what are you talking about?
Oh, the most recent one was penguin, crab, armadillo.
Yeah.
I voted crab.
Each of them added a utility for players.
Yeah.
Like the crab claw gave you additional block reach. The armadillo lets you armor wolves, and what was it? The penguin
Increases
increased boat speed,
Boat speed, yeah.
which, I mean, you already have dolphins for that. I'm not sure why.
No, dolphins, I don't
Well,
think increase boats.
before some update or another, the dolphins would not increase boat speed, only swim speed.
Yeah, I mean, I know they only do that, but
Chat says, why mob vote and not just add all three? Okay,
Because clout.
I think it's a different issue. It is actually extraordinarily difficult to code mobs into the game and things like that. Like, I know that people do it. Like, there's friends and foes that literally adds failed mobs. But the trouble is, Mojang is not like that and does not. It would not do that, and
Microsoft said no.
Microsoft said no. I think they want the mob vote as a way to involve the community in deciding like, oh, you get to do it. But the problem is they use the like first past the post, as in you get one vote and whoever has the most wins, or winner takes all basically. And that like causes a lot of issues, particularly with like the idea of minority rule, meaning that like the the majority of people didn't want the one that was ended up winning. Which is, yeah,
Less than ideal.
yeah. I would think that it would be even more fun to like build hype by deciding one and adding it to the game, and then slowly revealing it over time. Like this mob allows you to put armor on dogs. Oh my goodness! This mob crawls into a ball when you run by it too fast. Oh my goodness!
I mean,
It's the
that'd be less obvious.
armadillo. Like that type of thing. Like I think that would be much more clever.
See
Either
it?
that, or ranked choice voting, or runoff voting type of like alternative votes to allow you to be like, oh, I want armadillo as first, or crab first, armadillo second, penguin third, and then if crab gets eliminated, you can then switch those votes to the armadillo, and then poof, the armadillo probably would actually have the majority, so people get either their first or second choices, which I think is the majority. What people wanted is like most people voting for crab or voting it for the memes. Most people voting for armadillo were like voting it for the dog armor, and then and some people voted crab somehow. And okay, chat says clearly Microsoft is a small indie company with one of their biggest cash cows. Yeah, sometimes they do that. It's just there are so many things, like there's a reason that people play with vanilla tweaks and similar like vanilla plus type games where they're I don't know how you describe it, like basically like how do you describe it? Words hard sometimes. Oh, quality of life. Like people play with slight tweaks and other modifications to the game in data packs and stuff to allow for just standard quality of life stuff that people just don't have. Oh, we need elephants in Minecraft. Elephants are amazing, and that makes everything better. I agree.
There
I
is a
don't-
mod that adds elephants.
There
we
are
just
there
didn't put
yeah
them in.
there is mods that do that, but I don't think that'll ever get added, considering like savannas are like
It would be great though, because
yeah.
think about it. You could have an elephant, I don't know, be able to water crops without need to place down water source blocks. Which, it's not a tremendous boon to anyone or anything, but it's really on par with what Mojang deliver. No
Mm,
one needs this. No one really wanted this, but you
It
can do
makes
it
the
now.
game ever so slightly easier. Like maybe the elephant could put out friendly mobs that are on fire.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking more that elephants like the whole like using sucking up water in their trunks is like very very small thing about elephants. There is so much more about elephants that I could go on forever about,
I
but I'm
know. I know. That's what I'm saying. It's on par with what Mojang delivers. Very, very
oh yeah.
small things about the specific creature. That's it.
You don't
Yeah.
want to change the game too much because, well, this is an iconic IP.
Yeah, true. I just know that like if they somehow implemented like ivory, that they drop ivory, then that would like
Oh,
kind of
oh,
be
They wouldn't.
bad.
they would
That would-
They
never
would
do
not do
that. Not in a
I
million
wouldn't
years.
I
They
wouldn't
didn't add fireflies because some frogs are not allowed to eat them.
Yeah. Um
Frog poisoning.
yeah. I think they should still be neutral mobs where, like, if you don't attack them, they're usually okay with you, but if you, like, attack them, then they will fucking kill you. Because that,
What, elephant?
yeah, if you
Yeah.
added Maleficents to the game, because, like, particularly African elephants, but, African bush elephants specifically, but, but Asian elephants can be also somewhat aggressive if you get too close to their babies. Um, yeah, they will, like, they can, you know,
They
the
are
standard,
giant wild animals.
you know, your standard car, crush, 1 foot.
Gosh.
Yep.
Thy end is now.
No, but I'm saying that, like, elephants are, like, way bigger than people think they should be. They're like, oh, elephants, they're cute and small. It's like, no. No, elephants are
No
actually
one thinks
big.
elephants are small, Sim.
Who says this?
I've seen people on the internet be so wrong about things, particularly elephants.
Yeah,
Nobody thinks elephants are small, Sim.
Okay, they don't
People
necessarily
think
think
the
they're
Earth is flat.
small. They don't necessarily think they're small, but they don't think about the fact that, like, calves are as tall as the average human at birth and can weigh almost a ton at birth. Like, that's
Oh
they're
my,
much bigger than people think they are.
that is incredible.
Ah,
Ah,
Yeah, boy.
heavy
they're
beastie.
yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Their gestation period is nearly 2 years, 22 months. Imagine that, Lucy.
Gotta turn up those breeding and gestation rates.
See, that's the thing. Like, they're most like the elephants are endangered.
I'm
And
making a joke about Ark Survival Evolved, Sim.
oh, the problem with, like, keeping elephants, like, out of endangerment is the fact that they have such a long gestation period, so it can be
That's
tricky.
also part of the reason why you can't really tame elephants, because it would take several lifetimes across several people, and it's just not a feasible endeavor.
Talking like domestication.
Yeah,
Yeah.
domestication. They can be tame, particularly Asian elephants.
But that's through like beating the crap out of them
Yeah.
and abuse.
torture. It's not fun.
We don't stand animal abuse.
Correct.
We do not condone torture.
I was more saying that it is technically
Domestication
possible
in
to
the sense
tame.
like the way pigs and cows have been domesticated. We can't do that with elephants because their
No.
gestation periods are too long, and because their environment and
smart.
demeanor is that too. But because their environment and demeanor, it makes it really difficult to really domesticate them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically. That's summed it up. I was basically gonna say that. But it also makes it, even if we just want to, like, keep them from like in
Going extinct.
going extinct, it also, that just gestation period in particular, makes it hard to do so, because, like, that is over double human gestation. And like I'm pretty sure, I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure elephants have one of the longest gestation periods of any mammal in particular. Possibly any vertebrate, but I'm not entirely sure. Yeah. It's wild.
Well, we could look it up. I'd say
Oh
it's
yeah,
worth doing.
Google exists. Yeah, we could look it up. I don't know.
Ooh.
But yeah, elephants probably won't ever be added to Minecraft, unfortunately. Oh.
Well, you never know. They love adding endangered animals and
Making them lame.
Wait, how
Yeah.
have they added endangered animals in other ways?
The axolotl.
Oh, really?
armadillos.
Yeah.
Wait, really?
I mean, I guess the axolotl is
Phantoms.
cool,
I wish.
but it's more cute than cool. Then again, real axolotls
Phantoms
don't really do much.
exist. Oh, pandas as well. That's true.
Yeah.
That chat just said pandas. I forgot about pandas.
Oh yeah.
Everyone forgot about the pandas like 2 weeks in.
Except for people in China because, well, oh hey, that's the animal that lives here.
Panda.
Represent.
Well,
Can't deny
I
pandas are
tried.
cute.
I tried.
Pandas are cool.
My gold pick broke.
Make more of them. If we run out of gold,
Find more.
Yeah. I know. I'm just kind of partially one-handed because I'm.
Tumbleweed.
Yeah. Polar bears are vulnerable status. Oh.
No,
And
yeah,
then
them
fun
too.
fact.
The polar bears in Minecraft are so lame.
Oh,
they
great.
are.
And then another fun fact from chat: almost all pandas IRL are the legal property of PRC. I don't know what that means.
People's Republic of China.
Oh,
People's Republic of China. That's it.
oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Thank you
because
for the fun
they're
fact.
like they evolved to be terrible at being alive.
They really did.
They still have carnivorous organs, like for their insides are still built for eating meat, but they eat one of the most pathetic food sources available to them.
Yummy
They're-
stick
Pandas
grass.
are weird for sure.
They're they struggle so much staying alive that if a mother gives birth to two young, it will abandon one of them just because
Because they
hey, at
can't
least
handle
one
it.
is going to stay alive. Yeah.
I
Wow.
can't do this with more than one.
Oh, so like twins would be a
And
very big
even
issue.
then and even then if they do keep one, they run a very real risk of crushing it themselves.
Pandas can be a bit silly. Yeah.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Oh, I feel I am very dangerous to the surface because
I'm
I hear a
fascinated
lot of
by-
animals.
Yeah,
Oink,
I'm fascinated by animals that are hell-bent on killing themselves. Evolved specifically to cease to be.
Survival of the.
The silliness court has found. Oh, okay. Wait. Chat says they evolved to be terrible at staying alive. Good phrasing. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Chad has also said the silliness court has found pandas to be somewhat silly, but still less silly than CC. Okay, thanks.
This is fair. Your insides are actively seeking to eat you.
No, they aren't.
Eat them first.
No, they aren't. I don't
You
actively
you
seek-
disintegrate if you don't eat food every 2 minutes.
It's not every 2 minutes. It's every 2 hours.
That's still a significant amount faster than the average human.
And I wouldn't disintegrate. I would just not
Melt
be well
away
off.
slowly.
I would just not be well off. Oh. Well. I got all the coal, because I think you were saying that we needed more coal?
No, I was suggesting you get some so you can repair your tools while underground, but that's no longer something you need to do.
Repair tools with copper.
Yeah.
Or not copper, coal. Because they did say coal.
No, I told them to gather coal so that they can make a furnace so they could smelt copper, so they could repair their copper tools, but they don't have wood, so they can't make a table to repair their tools. And they don't have sticks, so they can't even make new tools out of, like, iron or whatever.
I'm
they
out
have
of the
on them.
cave now. It's fine.
I know.
Like chat said, silliness. Silliness.
An incessant desire to be the utmost silly.
Yeah. Pretty much.
Just a good spot to put this for now. How's the build going, hon?
It's going.
Yeah?
It's going. It's gone.
I love you.
I'm working on it.
Yeah?
That's for sure. I'm not sure if I should use the birchwood or jungle wood. I suppose I could use both.
There are pillagers in the woods, but they're stuck in the trees, so they're fine.
You could use a mix of both because I think the jungle works really well to blend with mud, with the packed mud stuff.
Yeah,
But-
I'm thinking I can use jungle for external structure and the birch for interior structure.
Yeah,
Because that would make the inside look brighter.
Oh, yeah. Is it possible for somewhere in this build for me to start putting down some infrastructure stuff like furnaces and chests?
You can put it anywhere. We can move it once we're done.
Fair enough.
It'd be hard to move the chests though, because they'd be full of stuff.
That's only because you're lazy.
I'm not lazy. I sorted through it.
You know, exactly. And you know what this means?
Mm-hmm.
We can just fill them with whatever the hell. It does not matter. And sort them once we have a more permanent place to put the chests.
She has a point.
Okay, but I still want at least a somewhat vague sorting, like ores in this
no,
chest.
no,
farm
you're just
stuff
making
is-
more work for yourself. There's no need. It's fine. It'll be fine.
I don't want it to be completely disorganized, please.
Alright, well, just so you know, no one's gonna help you with that. You're just making more work for yourself.
I'm perfectly fine being the cleaning guy, just like Pearl, being the cleaning lady last season.
It'll be fine. I mean, if you need help, I am the stay-at-home mom of every multiplayer game I play, so...
I don't think I'll need help. Especially if we have backpacks once we get those figured out. I don't understand.
Would you
how-
like a backpack?
I don't have one yet. I need one, yeah.
Alright, I got you covered.
Yippee! Alright, while you're doing that, I'm gonna go wash my hands real quick.
Alright. Won't take long. Da-da-da-da.
Make a fucking iron axe. It takes so long to take down wood pieces.
Hello. Hello. Sniffly.
No. No sniffling.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
I trust you.
Axe head. Put a claw on it because claws are cool. Or does a
true,
tool
they
bug
are.
make it faster?
No. Actually, claws are useful if you want to put it on a fast tool because you can use them to instantaneously pick up plank blocks like fences and, well, planks, barrels, crafting tables.
Wait, which claw? What? I just
I
returned.
made
Oh,
a
tool part.
carpenter's axe. I made a carpenter's axe. for
It's like a
making it
normal
easier.
axe with a claw on the back.
Mhm.
Neat.
Yeah, if I right
Um,
click now, I can instant break blocks, but there's a cooldown on it, which is stupid.
Cool. You said backpack? Question mark?
I put it on the ground next to you, my dude.
Oh, you did. Wait.
You can dye it any way you like.
Purple.
It has a two-tone system. What
Purple.
colors do you want it to be? Pure purple, if you will.
I mean, you get 2 purple dye when you make purple dye from flowers.
You can dye the whole thing all at once using one dye, but do you want purple and or just purple?
What color combos are there?
Yes. It's like leather armor. You can dye it however you like.
Oh, okay. I think I would want the main bit to wait. How do I
Just hand it to
place
me.
it down? I would think I want like the main bit to be purple, but like the side straps, if that's where the different color is, right?
Yeah.
I would want that to be like maybe blue, if possible, or maybe
Yeah, I
like
can do that.
either that or magenta. I don't know which one will look better together. Probably
I
the
think that magenta will look better in my opinion, but it'll be up to you.
yeah. Let's go.
Oh,
Purple.
I need
Just like to
I have
have
a
like
need.
slight highlights where the straps are.
the need for the flower. You got poppies around here?
I keep since I was playing Ark earlier, I keep pressing Q to put a holster whatever I'm holding, and that just throws it on the floor.
Yeah, no.
I mean, it
Q's
gets it out of your
throw.
hands.
Yeah.
I thought there was a poppy in the chest. Is there not?
I'm sorry.
Honey, that's got opium in it.
Yeah,
Be
actually,
careful.
you will fail opium drug tests if you have like a poppy seed bagel or muffin.
Delicious opiate.
Oh, there's some poppies on the other shore.
Oh yeah, that's where I saw them
Quick
before.
reminder to not consume drugs.
Yep, don't.
Drugs bad. Stay in school.
Stay in drugs, bad school.
Wait, no, no. Yeah, no, yeah.
Brush your vegetables. Eat your teeth.
Yes.
I don't like how the phrasing of that at all.
Well,
Good.
you're gonna like it a whole lot less.
All right, chat says, and now my beauties, something with poison in it. I think it will be attractive to the eye and soothing to smell. Poppies, poppies, poppies will put them to sleep. I don't understand if that's like a quote or reference from something, but like
I'm
that's
assuming
what
it's a reference, but I don't
seems
recognize.
what is that a
bizarre.
reference to?
I bet a piece of bread that it is a reference to a Disney song.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I'll bet a bread. That
Not
is
like you have
from
much bread to
Wizard the
lose anyway.
Oz. Wizard the Oz. That's not
Wizard
Disney.
of Oz.
Yes.
Wizzy the Oz.
Is that Disney?
Here, you need it.
Yeah, let's go.
Was.
I didn't think that Wizard of Oz was Disney. Wow.
I mean, I'm sure it probably is in some capacity, but you know, you need the bread more than I do.
That's true.
Disney owns the world.
The world.
Disney will own your children.
Uh-oh.
Here you go.
Oh, it looks so good.
Enjoy.
Oh my goodness. And you just stick that on your
I am
back slot
glad.
like that.
What's
Does
the?
that work?
That's the smile button.
And you put it on your back slot.
Did it. All
I'm
right.
gonna press
By
my,
default,
my smile
by
button. here.
default, you open it with B, but
Yes.
that also brings up a thing from Essential, so you might want to change that.
Oh, it did.
I like to have it as O, right next to I, which is the inventory button. Don't at me.
I use Tab to open my inventory.
Honestly based.
I locked
I
my
use it like
backpack.
every other game.
Slot inventory, wait. Slot memory settings.
We're gonna have a stack of iron ingots to do stuff with, although not for very long because we
I'm
need
going
iron for
to
a lot.
spend them all in a nonsensical and horrid fashion.
Well, thank you for your honesty, honey. I trust you with all of the things you shouldn't be trusted with.
I am actively seeking to waste the iron in the worst way possible.
All
I'm
right.
going to make an anvil and use it exclusively to crush mobs.
Chat says when the party is traveling on their quest to Emerald City, the BBEG puts them to sleep to slow them down.
Big bad evil guy.
Yep. Or girl. And then
Oh, yeah.
also I use
Or
B for inventory.
Gremlin.
Yes, gremlin. Gourmand.
Open backpack. Oh, it is also
Goose.
used for.
Gay.
Yeah. Big bad evil gay. That's just Disney again.
Glue.
Oh no.
Quick access.
Elmer's is the bad guy.
I don't get what quick access is. Is that for. That's Tetra?
It's for the
Yeah,
Tetra tool belt.
Oh, okay. I don't care about that. Oh.
It's more
Well, you
inventory
should care.
space, but
Oh. Quick. Oh, open wardrobe for essential. I could probably put that on V. Nope, I can't do that. I could
you
probably
can
put
just
that.
open it in the escape menu. It doesn't matter.
Okay. So,
Oh yeah.
is the Wicked Witch of the West a gay gremlin goose? Maybe?
This is possible.
I do like B for
It's not
backpack,
just
so there we go.
possible, it is optimal. Who would be more filled with evil and a thirst for vengeance than a gay goose?
Gay goose.
That
Goose.
is a very, very good point.
Goose.
Almost too good.
Alright.
I have an idea.
What's your
What is your idea?
This idea requires.
A sacrifice? We've got Sim.
Wait, whoa, 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 whoa!
I like the way you think.
Hey, wait a minute.
Sim, we're gonna put you in a pot. I'm going to
What
use you
kind
to
of
make
pot?
a mud brick.
A flower pot? A cooking pot?
No, a pot used in the Mud
Okay.
Maker 2000.
Ah, yes. They already have burnt themselves on the campfire.
Yes.
Yeah, they do that often.
Yeah, that's why we put the trapdoor there. Honestly, it should be
Yeah,
ironed at this
that's
point.
why. That's why he's so terrible at making bread. He just burns it all.
Hey,
And
wait a
himself.
minute. Okay, I do have mud bricks and packed mud. Where place?
Oh, well, you're a bit too late, honestly. I've already placed it where I was gonna ask you to place it.
Well, we have a visitor.
Why only 3 tall and not 4?
Wow, this wandering trader is selling a Pathfinder's quill to a jungle.
Wait a second. Would
That
it
is
just
wonderful.
would it just do to the one that we're in right now?
Yes, yes, it would.
Yes,
Oh.
yes, it would. So
Oh. You silly little guy. Wandering trader. Wait,
I
where
am
is he?
going to peel him.
No, don't kill him.
Stand back.
Don't kill him yet. I want to look.
His trades are all worthless. I checked.
Tomato seeds? Oh wait, no, we already have tomatoes. Combustion
I forget. Do we have the
chamber?
wandering bags? We can't get that.
That probably not. You were
Wait!
the one in charge of the mod pack.
I was still
Oops.
looking in the trades.
There was like brain coral.
I thought I could scroll down.
No, no, you cannot.
Oh, okay. Then
Anyways,
Yeah.
to answer your question, only 3 blocks tall because I'm going to be digging 1 block into the ground.
oh, that makes sense.
Mm. Wait just a minute here.
I'm gonna take some wood so that I have wood and also sticks and also
Please do.
cobblestone so that I have it with me at all times. Is that a good idea? So I can always
That
make.
is a very good idea.
tools.
The fact that you are always prepared makes you a little bit less pathetic.
Just a touch.
I swear to God.
If we didn't make fun of
Okay,
you,
wait,
who
wait, wait,
would?
wait. Question: where is the entrance of this going to be?
Yeah, hold on.
Like just here?
It's gonna have 4 of them, cause yeah. You see over there, and over there. There's little gaps. I'm gonna be placing staircases here, which lead up to this first floor. All this space here, and on the other side we can place whatever.
Are these jungle?
Um,
Oh yeah, the Jungle board
Yeah,
slabs.
it's
Nice. They look really cool.
Mhm.
All right, cool,
Yeah,
cool,
and
cool, cool.
it's less noisy than the regular jungle texture. Cause look, this is what it would look like with the regular jungle texture.
Yeah, even with the slab, like it's very noisy because it's all the planks are like that noisy, and like sometimes it can be good if you utilize them right. But the boards, I do like modded in some like
Yeah.
ways to add building
Yeah.
blocks like this.
I love the
These
the
blend really well.
boards that Architect's Palette adds.
The boards actually match with the mud bricks really well too. Actually,
Do
look.
they?
Yeah, look over here.
Just a minute.
They're kind of like a line.
Anyway, these surface bits can be functional space for anything, really. Create stuff, anything that requires a big open space, we can make use of this top deck area.
CC
Pretty.
is not
There
pathetic.
will
They're very
be
silly, but not pathetic, says chat. I agree. Thank
Oh,
you,
very
chat. Thank you, chat. See,
Come
chat
here, come
agrees
here,
with
come
me.
here.
how about Limpy? Is that silly enough to be
silly.
accurate?
Yes, I'm silly.
Very silly.
Yes, I'm silly.
A little too silly.
Wait. Wait a second. I'm not too silly.
He says
ahead,
while
Steve,
standing
come on.
nearly on top of the saw blade.
They don't injure me. It's fine.
They don't.
No,
I'm not being injured.
What mod did that?
I don't know.
Something.
Like,
Why do you want it in the game? I don't.
Because it's funny.
it's a saw blade.
So?
It goes and makes things get cut. Much like a whiny toddler with a knife.
I mean,
Mm-hmm.
to some people, it could be useful. Mm-hmm.
What, a whiny toddler with a knife?
No. The saw blade. You know, it
What's wrong?
I
could
made the
be-
wrong
could be a
slabs.
form of bottom surgery.
Oh, that is.
That is not correct, Sim.
I mean, affordable, yes. Recoverable, no.
I know.
It removes it, but it doesn't exactly make a. You
No,
know.
I get what you mean. You don't have to keep going. I mean, I'm
Yeah, I don't want to
should be
scare off our
ashamed,
viewers.
Sim.
yeah, it's fine. It reminds me of when Ren.
Be ashamed.
It reminds me of when Ren sat on it and was like, "It tickles." I'm like, "Yep, sure,
I
sure."
believe he's
Ren.
on painkillers.
What?
I believe he's on painkillers then.
No, I don't think he is. Ooh, the
Oh, no.
stairs! Yippee!
There's stair variants too.
Damn it.
Starians.
Wait,
If you
ready?
would.
Ready?
Stair variants.
Do-do-do-do-do-do,
I would.
weep! How did I not take fall damage?
Hello. Hello. Hi. Hello.
Oh my goodness, gays in the wild.
We're not in the wild. We're settling.
Civilization.
Okay, well,
We're
I suppose.
domesticated.
Oh no.
Domesticated. This is actually way more fun than I thought it would be.
What was I?
Which is
going-
quite interesting because you're doing nothing.
I just need a task. Give me a task. I don't.
Hell.
Dig one block. Here, come here.
Mm, mm.
Come here.
Where?
The
Over there.
structure. Sim.
Over there.
Structure. Okay.
Right over there, buddy.
Hey, come here.
Mhm.
Come down here.
Mhm.
This space here,
Mhm.
right under the floorboards. You have to crouch to get it in Sim.
Oh.
There you go.
Mhm.
Dig it 1 block down. Well, 2 blocks down. So that we can place birch at the bottom here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Diggy. I like this. This is fun. Oh.
He's easily entertained.
Wait, oh, no, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, okay, maybe I am. I'm gonna put the torches on the walls instead of on the floor. Ah, no!
What you do?
Broken.
Mm.
It's alloy time.
I have to go fix it. I mean, I'm glad that Tetra tools don't just disappear. Like this is the thing about Tetra tools is like that's the only thing that's more useful to me than standard tools is that I can
It's your
just
favorite part?
yeah. I can fix
Mine
it.
too.
Yeah.
I need bamboo for this? What? I
Yeah,
thought
we
I would
made
need
it with
copper.
bamboo.
I thought I would need copper.
The handle broke.
Oh. Do we have bamboo growing?
We're in a jungle sim.
You do. Okay. Because we don't have very much left. So
I was about to make something that automatically produced and harvested bamboo as it happens.
oh, okay. Cool.
In fact, I may or may
Wait,
not
wouldn't you
be
need-
fixing to
Wouldn't you need
compacted
wouldn't you need
blocks.
observers for that to like observe the oh look bamboo.
Sim,
Create.
I want you to understand what is behind you right now.
I ignore that.
Yes, you do.
Cece does not know that they would need bamboo. He has been bamboozled.
Thou hast been bamboozled. This is accurate.
Chat, you are great.
Factually correct.
Chat is so right.
Unfortunately.
The court finds you guilty of being bamboozled.
The silliness court, yeah.
Let's see here.
Wait, only to here, or do you want like the whole thing? Like this part, or like all the way
No,
that
the
way?
whole thing.
The whole
The
thing.
whole thing. The whole thing.
The
yeah.
whole thing within this square.
Yes, because this below part is going to be a lower floor where we can put all our chests, all our furnaces, all our what have you.
Ah, okay.
All the basics.
I just need to understand, otherwise I'd be like, what?
Yeah, understanding things is not your forte.
That's not where I was going, but okay. I just wanted a clarification because some people are like, why are you asking so many questions? Just do the thing. I'm like, no, I need to understand. I don't get it.
They're not the brightest bulb in the box.
Who, me? Yes.
Not the beefiest burger on the menu.
I mean, considering that they're a vegetarian, I doubt that there would be much beef.
Yeah, no, there would be zero beef.
What if you
Like,
have beef with the manager?
I would not have beef with the manager. I'm not a Karen.
just like
What if they're homophobic?
Then that is literally just homophobia and discrimination, not beef.
But then you would have beef with them because you're upset at them.
make
Having
them impossible.
beef is not the same thing as not wanting to be discriminated against. I'm sorry. Like,
We're just finding excuses to attack.
Are you okay? What happened?
there was a tree hitting the ground and it made a big sound and,
Oh,
and it scared the hell out of me.
I thought you fell into a pit or something.
No, just that was louder than I thought. Okay.
How loud did you think it would be?
Way quieter.
And thank you for
It's a-
such a bright unit of measurement.
Yeah. It's bamboo in time.
Woo! Oh no, my
Like
shovel's
the part
gonna...
where she says bamboo
go
time and
yeet.
bamboo everywhere.
Should we replace the loam with regular dirt so it's more like...
It
That
weathers over
stripe
time.
there, I'm going to replace with granite.
Oh, okay.
And remember that the very bottom is gonna be birchwood, so it doesn't
Birch.
matter.
Oh no. I broke again. What do I do with the
probably
extra
make-
dirt?
Honing your durability.
What?
He doesn't know how to do that. You have to teach him.
Oh yeah.
In fact, yeah, teach him and everyone in chat how to use Tetra.
All right.
Have him make a
So,
spare tool of the shovel or whatever it is he's using.
might I see your tools for a moment?
No, he has to do it because otherwise the chat won't be
I mean,
able
I'm
to
just
see
looking at them. All right. So this thing does have honing available. Very good. So take that baby down there to the Tetra workbench.
Yeah, I did fix it already, and it did say a new module has been blah. I don't forget
A
what it
module
said.
has settled and
Yeah.
honing available.
I need to
So,
I need to fix it first, right?
not necessarily. I mean, it would help.
Can you
Here,
move
have
down
a
the
copper
step
ingot.
so I can get copper? Oh, okay, you have copper. Okay, neat. Oh,
There you go.
I need the hammer. Can you
Uh,
go down the step, please?
yeah, there you go.
Oh, or that works too.
I will want it back, but it's good to have a hammer on hand. So now that that's repaired, keep it in the table.
I just want to give you back your hammer.
Keep the hammer. Keep the hammer. Keep the
No,
hammer.
I don't
You
want
need the
to.
hammer.
Okay, fine.
So, take a look at either the handle or the head of your shovel.
Okay. I'm looking. All right, there's
Let's
different.
open the panel.
Yeah, I clicked on it. I see
All
it.
right. So,
Chat sees it, I think. Can't tell.
most often it is good in early game to up the digging efficiency of your shovel.
Digifis?
Yes,
That one? Okay.
that will cause the tool to dig as if it were a higher tier material.
Oh. Why not
It will
speed
not
one?
increase.
Why not speed
Well,
one on the handle?
The speed 1 does functionally the same thing, but speed 1 it gives you much less of a bonus than honing the efficiency of the tool.
It also allows you to swing a weapon faster. Its cooldown period is reduced by 0.05 usually,
Oh.
modified by
okay.
the wrap of your tool handle.
You'll eventually hit a cap on how much efficiency you can put on a tool.
Why not
Once you
durability?
hit that cap, well, hold on, let me
Okay.
finish.
Sorry.
Once you hit that cap on the efficiency bonus, you can start putting points into the actual speed of the tool to keep making the tool more efficient until you hit a cap on that.
Right, okay.
This-
Durability would be helpful, but
'Cause
it's really
it
up to you whether
doesn't-
you want it to last longer or dig faster.
I don't care really how much fast it digs. Like, it is useful to have faster digging, but I keep having to come back and fix my tools all the
Yeah.
time, so I feel like durability might be
Yeah.
more useful. So durability.
That makes sense. Just understand that the faster your tool is, the more often it'll break blocks. Every time it breaks a block, it increases its honing percentage.
True.
And the more you upgrade the more you up your honing percentage, the more often you can hone it. The faster you can make it, the stronger you can make it.
True, but I kind of want the durability for now because higher durability means I can break more blocks even if it'll take more time.
Yeah.
And can hone more as well.
And that's perfectly okay.
I'm gonna do that. Did it
What's
do it?
doing now?
I can't tell if it did it.
Well, look at the little pips below the tool head.
It
You'll
says
see it says Hone Durability 1. You can also see this while holding Shift over it. The copper shovel head has a Hone of Durability 1,
yes. Hone durability 1. Yes.
and the honing percentage has gone down to 0.
Yes, it has. Okay, so it worked.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely. Let's go.
Now off into the world.
I shall keep digging.
Show the dirt of this world. It is not right to mess with you. That is our job.
Hello.
Hi.
The wrong side, Sim. You're working on the other side.
But I can't get in!
Oh yeah.
You blocked my entrance!
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Wait, I was actually working from here, so I can let's do that. No, I don't like that. That's weird. That's better. I think. I was working from here, so I wanted to make the entrance here.
Mhm.
Cool. I'll keep working. Hey, wait a minute! You locked me in here!
Yes, because you're ruining it. I'm gonna make a proper entrance in a minute. Hold on. I just need to repair my tool.
Yeah, but how am I gonna get out it once this breaks?
It's not going to break before I make the entrance. Relax.
Okay.
Cup.
Want to tell your brother that he's famous?
Why?
Me?
He exists in the background.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Oh, her brother,
Oh,
not
no,
mine.
it's okay.
Not mine, not mine. I thought you meant
Don't
my brother.
apologize.
2 of the 3 of us here have brothers.
I have a brother.
Oh, you do? Oh.
Much
We all
older
have
than
brothers!
you. Sibling.
Alright. But I know that neither of you have a sister, so I got you beating that front.
I used to be the sister. Honing
well,
available.
I
Neat.
used to pretend to be.
Yeah. For the record,
Yeah.
chat has brothers and sisters.
Fair enough.
This is good to know.
Or at least this one particular chatter.
Chat
Okay,
is
now I can
multitudes.
Chat is
Exploit this weakness.
We are legion.
Jesus Christ. Also, Sophie, I don't think your brother's all that famous. Like,
That's
I'm not the one that said it. It was Lucy. So, furthermore, I don't care.
oh. Yeah, no, I don't think Sophie's brother is all that famous. I'm not famous
mostly I wanted
on
to
the
see
internet.
if he'd.
You are small.
Mostly I wanted to know what he'd say. Like, what?
He likely wouldn't care. He's busy playing with his friends right now.
Yeah,
Just
I'm
like
happy
us.
for him.
We're playing and we're friends, I think.
No,
Yeah, I
you're
think so.
wrong.
What?
Well, we're friends with you, and we are, the 2 of us, roommates.
We're still friends.
Yeah,
They're not mutually exclusive.
friends plus
Mm-hmm.
Dating
the DLC.
you can like dating, you should date someone who you like and is also a friend, to be
Yeah.
fair. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, you're right.
Eh.
You're my friend now. This is why I love you. I
That's
have now
great.
made a completely automatic bamboo farm. It's not fast,
But it makes bamboo. Oh, why am I not
all by
sprinting?
itself.
Why am I not sprinting anymore?
Are you out of hunger?
Ah, shit, I am.
I am.
Even in Minecraft, you forget to eat.
Correct.
You are a disaster.
You're right. I don't know how I exist.
in spite of everything.
You have a timer on you that measures how long you're allowed to exist. If you eat, you reset the timer.
Have you planted the cabbage seeds yet?
I have.
Awesome. Let's
It
go.
grows slowly, but let me just replant these. Only one of them drops seeds, my god.
I think there's a way to turn the cabbages into seeds. No, wait, never mind. I'm
There
silly.
is not.
Okay, well we have one cabbage.
3.
Three, three.
Tres.
Awesome. Cool.
Cabbages. It's finished.
And
Col,
I think we can use the raw bacon.
Say again?
Col, I think.
Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Wait. Oh. What did I do?
Might be wrong.
Well, you're the Mexican here.
There's three there.
At Farmer's Delight. Okay. Let's go. Cabbage rolls. Where are they? Yes,
Have
that.
you cut the cabbage?
No, I haven't cut the cabbage yet, but I will. I'm just trying to see. Oh, turtle
What's that?
eggs work in here. I don't know why.
They're
raw bacon.
eggs.
Delicious.
Raw bacon works as well. Wait, where's the
Reptile
chopping board?
egg.
Okay.
Please put the cutting object in your offhand.
No, it made it weird.
It means you can just
What?
hold it down. What does that mean? Made it weird.
It made my hand
It got
disappear.
really awkward when he tried to talk to it as it was on his offhand. He's not good at talking to inanimate objects either.
No, like I tried to I tried to do it and then it like ow. My foot almost fell asleep. It's fine. No, I tried to do it and it
Oops.
went. I think I clicked a button or whatever and I tried to put something in my offhand and it made my hand disappear. Like it was weird.
Just drag it into your offhand slot.
Oh. I made 6 cabbage rolls. Let's go.
I appear to have bad omen.
Uh-oh.
Lick a cow.
Where?
That'll get rid of it.
Boop boop.
Oh no.
Sophie.
Chat,
I'll just
do
spit it
any
out.
of you have a cow?
I don't think they do.
We
Sophie,
need something to
Sophie,
lick.
have your cabbage rolls.
Oh,
There's
hi.
salt.
Yeet.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Oh, I forgot why I even went to the little hole in the first place. I was literally trying to repair my tool. Wow. I am very silly.
This is true.
Wait, you're not supposed to agree with me.
I mean, it doesn't make any less.
Moo. Cow inbound as requested, says Chat.
Thank you very
Alright.
much.
Do we have an ETA on the
We
cow?
eagerly anticipate the lickage.
I don't think there is an
Leap.
ETA. Oh, I need the bamboo again.
Bambar.
I don't think we have any more.
Lander.
Do we have more bamboo?
I literally made an automatic farm for bamboo.
Yeah, but there was like 3 in here, and there's now 0.
Well, now there's 8. Go get it.
Yippee!
Why'd you toss the cabbage rolls on the ground?
Because I expected you to pick them up.
You never told me they were there.
Oh,
Hello.
I literally said, "Here's cabbage rolls," and threw them at you.
Yeah, you said that to me.
I said it to you too. I think that's good. I don't know. I thought I said to both of you. I said like I made cabbage rolls here, and I
I
don't know.
distinctly remember. I distinctly forget that you said
Distinctly forget.
here cabbage rolls only one time. First you announced you made cabbage rolls, and you only told me that you tossed them on the ground.
Maybe. I don't know. I
Can I have the
forget.
hammer back?
You are very silly, after all.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna make my own hammer again.
I
I'm
put
gonna make another
I
one.
put the hammer in the tools chest.
Ready then. I'm gonna make another hammer for everyday use.
Okay. Um.
Tool rack.
Melons.
Melon.
Within reach. Oh. Place a rack near a
Why
workbench.
did you react like, oh?
Why the disgust?
I don't know. I just
What did
did.
the melons ever do to you?
I don't. I don't know. I react weird to things. I'm sorry.
Ugh,
Oh.
melons. Ew.
No, melons are good.
Melons? Why did I say melons? I was in a chest and I saw melons.
Melons.
34 of them.
Do you got melons?
Watermelon.
I don't got melons.
I do.
People here know Bug Snacks. The video game.
I've heard of it.
That's a video game?
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
I've heard of the game.
That's where Bunger comes from.
I know.
Chat says, "Hey, what do you got against melons?"
What do you have against melons, Sim?
Nothing.
If I said
Why are
anything,
you so melanist?
if I said anything about this, it would be very sus.
Yeah, true. That too. Stop being suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
I find this difficult.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. You know that TikTok. I think only one person gets this reference in this chat. Great.
It's neither of us.
Yep. Does anyone have another torch? We need a torch.
A torch.
A-
One singular.
Yes. This area is a bit dark.
I see. Why don't we use rock salt for illumination?
I
That'd
don't
be
know if it would
wonderful.
fit the vibe. Because this is
No,
very
it
like
would.
dull
It would.
tones.
It would. We'll be using gold blocks.
It's golden. Yeah, we're gonna be using gold for decoration too.
Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, it's like light level 0 in the furthest corner. Oh my goodness. How the hell am I supposed to get out of here?
You aren't.
Here.
I have a lot of dirt in my inventory already.
Then what are you complaining about, Chief?
I didn't want a nerd poll like I just
Well,
did. My
Tickle
backpack
chicken.
is literally full of dirt.
What about Therizina?
This is just tough shit. Just tickle chicken.
I'm confused.
Don't worry about it. I'm gonna force you to
Alright.
play Ark sometime anyway.
No, I will
Yeah.
not play Ark.
Why not? It's so
Mm-mm,
cool. There's
No.
mammoths and beavers and otters.
And you keep saying that the beavers are better, and I refuse.
Well, there's a mod that makes the mammoth better than the
Oh, there's more bamboo in this chest. Okay, cool. Neat.
I gave all
beaver.
my
But
tools.
mammoths are
Nope,
sorry,
don't
beavers
even-
are better
nope,
than mammoths only
mm.
specifically for gathering wood, Sim. You're not going to take a beaver into combat.
I mean, someone did, I think, beat the game with only ankylosaurs.
Well, yeah, but that's an ankylosaur. That's different. Them things are fucking
Alright.
dangerous.
What's the button? I need to look at my keybinds for a second.
Alt F4.
No, that's not it.
Are you sure? Try it again.
No, I'm not doing that. I know what that does.
It makes you better at the video game.
Of course, of course. Everybody knows.
Do you really not want to play Ark ever, though, Sim? Because I would love to play that game with
I
you.
really do not want to play Ark ever.
Why?
Cause I don't know, it just a lot of things.
What about it? What about it?
Where's- Hovering over mouse. Hovering with mouse over click. No. Edit mode. No. Hovering with mouse.
Answer my question, Sim. Why?
Oh.
They don't play the funny dinosaur game.
There we go. Wait, that's not it.
Um,
Wait, that's not it. What? I'm sorry.
What are
I'm,
you doing? What is the problem? I
I'm
want to help
trying
you.
to find the correct button for something, and I can't find it.
What is something?
Oh, found it. Found it. Found it. Found it. Found it. Found it. Found it.
Oh my goodness gracious! There's a search bar.
There we go. That's it. I found it. Cool.
Yeah.
Give me a second.
All right. Give you as many seconds as you need.
Did you know that brown mushrooms are favorite food of slimes?
Yep.
Neat.
As well as raw chicken and beetroots.
Neat. Okay. Now I can pay attention. I apologize.
Good.
Why I don't do Ark? Kind of.
No. Well, I know you don't do Ark because you don't own the game, but why? Do you? Why do you never want to play it? I would
Chat
like to
says
play it with you
CC
sometime.
should play the
Oh.
fun beaver dinosaur game. Okay, well, okay, so the reason I don't want to play Ark, like, I don't have the game, first of all, but the other reason
Well, yeah,
is that even if I did have the game, I don't know, like, the game does not interest me at all. I don't like first-person shooter type games, like, with the guns and stuff. I don't know, and it just,
The guns are an afterthought.
Yeah.
still, I just, I don't,
But you wouldn't be willing to try it at all?
It's also because you guys said that I might not be able to play it because of my GPU anyway.
Lucy said that because she is scared of
I'm in
Ark.
danger. I'm in trouble. Big trouble. Big, bad. Very trouble.
Raw ones. Oh no.
Well, where are you?
Down the river, there's pillagers kicking my ass because I forgot that I need a skill in order to deflect arrows with my sword.
Tomato sauce. Raw
Just
pasta,
run away from
minced
them.
beef. How do you
It's
get minced
very
beef?
bushy. And
Get into the river and swim away from them.
fair point.
Oh, you just put it on a cutting board. Okay.
Why all the pillagers all of a sudden?
I'm gonna make food like the cook I am. Yep.
Hell yeah.
Can make anything except for bread.
Wait. It. I swear to God.
Either you want a stepping skill book for like a dodge, like an iframe skill.
Not really.
Oh, I need two. Ah! Shit. I need two goddamn.
Sim,
He's got
Sim.
a brown.
sim, sim.
What?
Take this
What that?
dodge skill.
Okay. How do I
Useful.
activate it?
Whatever button it's bound to. I like left alt.
Wah! Oh. Yeah. I think it's I opened it. Slide a short distance in the direction you're moving. Evades all incoming attacks. Stamina 3. Step. Dodge skill. Do I have to click learn?
Yes, you do.
I don't know what that just did, but it did a thing.
It learned
Press
its
press your dodge button.
I don't know what my dodge button is. I'm gonna have
Look
to
for it.
Okay.
It'll
Dodge.
save your life.
Left alt. Great. That's not. It's not doing it.
You have to be in combat mode.
Like I'm moving and it doesn't even work.
You have to be in combat mode.
What does that
press
mean?
R.
No, I don't want to press R. R is annoying.
How do you play video games?
I would hazard a guess, not well.
Clearly.
Lucy would be right. Not very well. Or not at all.
I forget what your recipe is. Oh, there we go. It's 4 and 2. I got that wrong.
Shit, I need one more tomato.
Debato.
You believe it.
I said tomato. Jeez.
We know, we know.
I didn't.
Of course.
Silly. Okay, I am rethinking the current farm.
Mm-hmm.
And by rethinking, I mean making a new one.
Okay. Why?
Because this one's going to be better. It's going to get a lot more materials, and get out of my way, please.
Chat says you say tomato, I say. I'm guessing the other pronunciation tomato. Right.
Tomato,
Tomato.
potato.
Tomato.
14. Okay.
Krakadola.
What? I'm so confused.
Me too. It's better this way. Being confused is awesome.
Neat.
I live life like, huh? What?
I need more bowls.
Huh?
You say tomato, I say tomatoa. Shiny. Yeah.
You say tomato, I say giant crab.
Yeah, pretty much.
Giant enemy crab. Hit its weak point for massive damage.
What's its weak point?
You don't want to know. Hello. Hello.
Oh, wait, those are logs. What?
Logs exist in real life.
We live in a jungle.
No, I was. Never mind. I thought logs were planks and they weren't.
Why
and I was...
is this still filled with horse piss?
I
Oh my
did not.
goodness.
I don't know how to remove it.
Break the block.
Whatever. You're right. No
You
more
can
horse
piss
piss.
another horse later.
I'm sorry.
You can piss another horse some other time.
I'm still sorry.
Good.
Potatoes.
Potato.
Oh my god.
I had to. I had to make the joke. I had to make the reference.
Spiders.
Uh-oh.
What demon are you summoning, honey?
I'll
can I join?
I'll figure that out afterwards.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Fair.
Responsible.
Oh, okay. I hope we can get more cabbage soon. We need to get way more cabbage in this joint.
Go kill skeletons, make bone meal, feed the cabbage. Otherwise, you may shut your trap and wait.
Okay. Cabbage rolls are easy, and we don't have much of them. Oh, there is some bone meal in here. Yippee!
Cabbage roll.
Cabbage roll. Roll a cabbage.
You found rope.
Roll a cabbage check.
Wait. Actually, I have a
Oh,
D20. I have a D20.
Roll a
Get
cabbage
some
check.
from
Roll a
the
cabbage, roll a
Avatar
cabbage.
cabbage merchant, says chat. Yeah, okay. I rolled an 11. What does that mean on my cabbage roll?
You get a kind of okay cabbage. The cart is destroyed, but you rescue a single cabbage.
Oh my god.
Did you forget to take off your be right back?
No?
Your stream says be right back.
Oh. I don't understand that.
Oh
Have
my.
you been on the be right back screen this entire time, Sam?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yes, you have.
No, I had it off. I swear. Oh,
Well,
it's because of one of my keybinds is B to go to the be right back screen. I need to fix that.
maybe you should fix that.
I need to fix that actually.
Silly guy.
Hotkeys. I should really not have these as. No. Should really not have these as that. No, I have control. I have control as be right back. Oh, I use control.
Control. Left
Yeah.
control.
Yeah.
The button you press to crouch.
No, I use it to sprint.
That's worse.
That's when it probably
That's so
happened.
much
I was
worse.
like, oh, I was eating, and then oh,
Ay.
I just set it to that, and I'm gonna.
My
Chat,
goodness.
roast him. Put this man over a spit.
Okay, cabbage instead of okay, Cupid. It's a new dating site.
Okay, cabbage.
It's like farmers only, but not so exclusive.
Yep. Totally.
We include botanists and people who do like animal husbandry.
What if I do?
Who is going to marry the animals?
I don't believe that's a joke that needs to be made.
Okay.
It's okay, I love you.
Okay, I set them the functions. There we go. That's fine. That's better. Yep. That should work better now.
Should.
Yep.
Timber.
Probably won't.
It's okay now. It's fine. Oh, why is that so
The
loud?
beatings will continue until morale improves.
Ok, ya se fue offline el video.
Why is that
Timber
so loud? That
guy!
feels so loud.
It is a tree, Sim. They are massive.
Yeah, but I'm saying I think my sounds.
You realize how small you are in comparison to a tree.
No, I'm saying that like my sounds might be like high in some regard because I
No,
hear it a lot.
I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it really loudly too.
Oh,
You are just small.
okay.
Timber.
Is it considered ambient environment?
Turn it down and find out.
I just did.
Now the world is sad. It's raining.
Mm-hmm. Sim upset the world because he doesn't want to play Ark Survival
Oh,
of
damn
all.
it! It didn't work. Yeah, okay, that made it less. Okay, I think it was ambient
Sim-
environment.
Sim, could I convince you to play Ark if I got the game for you?
No apareces junto en Discord.
Maybe. I'm
That
compost.
sounds promising.
I'm compost.
Good. At least you'll finally be useful.
Oh my god, honey.
Hey, wait a minute.
My favorite pastime is bullying, Sim.
It is fun.
I have gotten
You
very
know what,
good
when
at
I
it.
saw okay cabbage in chat, you know what I thought of actually?
What?
Okay, boomer.
Yeah. Ow.
Okay, you cabbage.
There's a
Has anyone been
skeleton.
grabbing the straw out of the boxes? Because I need
also-
straw.
I also did the thing, and what do you call it? Uh, I did I did what you asked, and yep.
Under the structure?
Well, one part of it. There's like the other part. I think that unless you've already done that one.
No, I haven't. I've been building the structure up.
Do you also
I
want
do-
that section?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I will get
Oh, that's
working
good.
on that as soon as I
Can be bothered too.
no, as soon as I forget what I was doing.
Oh, goodness.
God damn it! I get so distracted.
Vayas para allá.
Do.
Oh, I was
It's
getting
funny.
a torch. I was getting torch. Yep.
Singular.
Yeah,
Just
just
the
the
one.
one.
All I
When it
need.
needs another, I'll get another torch.
Yeah, exactly. Wait
It
a
feels so
minute.
much better without that stiff combos thing turned off.
I'm glad. I was playing single player earlier and I realized like this is so much smoother.
Oh, there, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
right, stiff combos. Is that what you realized?
Not like you notice because you don't use the combat mod.
No, I'm saying that's what you noticed is like
Yeah.
in single player is smoother and like oh yeah, that's because of the thing that you had.
Casi me tiran, bro. Casi
Game
Yes,
will
that's
change,
what
yeah.
we are saying.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cool. Wait. Okay, so
Communication.
you want this
Clown
side
to
too.
clown communication.
Clown to clown conversation.
Okay, wait. Just to clarify, I'm hearing Sophie, can you come hither for a second?
Maybe. It depends what have you to entice me over.
I'll make you some pasta with meatballs
Good enough. Where are you?
in the structure. I want
Mhm.
some clarification.
Uh-huh. Oh, I need to make up the hole.
No, you don't. You can go over the top. And down.
Yeah, break half of my legs. No, thank you.
I don't know.
Half of them.
Um,
You'll still have half
So
your
you said
legs.
this side, like
yeah,
the
I'll break
other
the
one,
left half of my legs.
like the other one, you want to go like that,
Yeah, that deep. Yeah, that deep.
that deep. Okay,
Mhm.
I will do it.
Thank you. No, I guess you won't do it then.
I will do it in a minute. when I fix my tool.
Let me think about this.
Where's the?
Sim,
the
I have a
hammer?
task for you if you're not in the middle of one.
I am in the middle of one. I'm helping Sophie. Where's the hammer?
Balls.
Where's the hammer? Where's the?
It's on the wall. You don't need to take it off. You just use it.
Oh, it is
Because it's
wall.
on the tool rack, you can just it'll act as if the hammer is in your inventory.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah. This also works for like axes and claws and whatever.
I need copper.
Although claws aren't used in crafting, unfortunately.
Honestly, the cool thing about Tetra is that like copper is probably one of the most abundant resources that you could find, especially because we're
Yeah.
in near a dripstone cave where it's even more abundant. Like, and also the fact that like even without fortune, a copper is like you get like 5 of them from one ore, and you get like 5 raw copper. I'm like that's a lot. That's a lot.
We'll need a lot of copper.
What?
We'll need a lot of copper.
Yeah, but I'm saying like having copper tools that you then like upgrade with the honing and stuff is probably the best. Like even more than diamonds potentially.
Oh, balls.
Well, okay, at
How
least for
long-
now. At least for now.
How long do you think you'll be doing your current task?
until it's done.
a while because he's digging a hole.
I'm digging
I
a
have
hole.
another hole to be dug.
Oh. How long will your task take?
I'm excavating a cylindrical hole.
So probably less. Can you
Sure,
dig
let's go with
it?
that.
Can you dig it? Yeah. I know what that is. That's a reference to a sound bite that a streamer uses from some media that I actually don't know because it's very old apparently. How far down do you want to go?
Because it's an old expression, I don't think it's a reference to any streamer necessarily. But
How far down?
I'd say about 3, 4, 5, 6, 70. There's
Damn
two
it, I was
bones
trying to
over here.
spleef you and it did not work.
Where's the
Skeleton.
skeleton? I keep hearing bones rattling as if they're right here, but
It's probably just some.
Hey, wait a minute.
I love the fact that if you get too close to a skeleton, they get scared and start running away.
Yeah.
Just chase after
Why?
them, bully them,
Is that
because of the AI improvements.
Oh. Well,
They're
how
less
come they
accurate
kept
and will run
shooting
away.
me before?
Because you were far away from them.
No, I wasn't. I was like right in their face and they just shot me.
Are you talking about vanilla or on the server?
This server.
Try attacking them.
I tried. I
You
ran.
can't do that. His arms don't function in
Oh,
combat.
yeah. My mistake.
In any armed conflict, he is a non-combatant. Not by choice,
But by necessity.
by necessity.
I'm gonna hone my ads. Well, this dirt.
Hone the dirt.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the streamer I was referring to, you can donate a certain amount and like select can you dig it and then it'll like pop up on screen with like the dono
Oh.
animation and it says can you dig it. It's like kind of neat. I wish I could get more advanced like that, but I unfortunately probably will never be able to.
That sounds like you're giving up before putting up a fight, and that makes me angry. Don't do that.
Because like that type of thing like requires you to,
No.
to
don't
be
do
like
that.
be basically
No,
affiliate,
no,
and
no,
I
no.
don't have affiliate. I'm still
Gotta
working
put
on
in the
that.
Not
effort.
yet. Not yet. You will.
Phantoms!
Get there.
Phantoms! Phantoms! Phantoms!
Maybe you should consider sleeping.
I slept recently, I swear! They're going after you! I think.
They are not.
They aren't.
They specifically went into the pit to attack you, Sim.
So, Sophie, Lucy was also in the pit with
Balls.
me. I think.
She was at the edge of the pit.
Oh, they went in?
They wouldn't
Oh.
have had to go into the pit.
I sleep. Zzz.
It doesn't work if the phantoms are still present.
What do you
Pretty
mean
sure.
doesn't work? Yes, it does.
Like, it
Touching a
doesn't
bed
reset
at
your sleep
night.
timer.
Touching a bed at night for even 1 second, even if you don't sleep the night, resets the timer.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm
That's
Artificial
why. That's how
some shit.
hardcore people do it. Like even people who play hardcore, where dying literally just deletes their world, or at least not let them be able to play on it. They touch a bed, and
Go
ta-da.
repair. Go repair your tool.
No, because there's stone here. I don't need to repair my tool. If there's stone. Ooh, copper.
Ay. Whatever.
They're a peculiar
Honing.
sort.
Pickaxe. Do.
Pickaxe.
Geeks.
I need to repair. I also probably need to eat
No.
again.
Probably.
Eso está.
I don't want to have to make stuff right now.
I believe soon we will see our first usage of the copycat block.
Tienes.
Copycat block? What?
You'll see.
It is a wonderful block added by Create.
I am addicted
didn't
to
know you
them. They are
had it.
amazing.
I didn't
You
know
will
had it.
worship the copycat block.
I didn't know we had them yet. I thought you didn't.
They're made of zinc, which
We
we
have like
have.
2 zinc.
But
No,
I need
we have a
bamboo!
bunch of zinc.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm making the farm. Keep your pants on.
No, we have some in the chest. I keep forgetting that it swaps to bamboo and then copper, then bamboo, then copper, and I keep forgetting which one I'm on. So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna need copper. I grab copper out of the chest. Bamboo needed. Oh,
Well, that's
come
why
on.
you should check what you need before you grab the item.
Exactly.
Your leg hair.
Ooh, I like the arches. Very neat.
Thank you.
Ugh,
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. That's
excuse
pretty
me.
cool. Oh wait. I was doing the other one.
7.
Eh.
So
I'm gonna help you dig a pit.
the pit's dug.
Damn it.
Go home.
The copper.
Yeah, you get that copper. Chill copper is boss.
Oh, it's only a little bit.
Now then.
Oh, okay. I'll just fill it in. It's fine. Ta-da! There you go. Ta-da! Yippee! Alright, I'm gonna do Sophie things now.
Thank you.
Is there a use to these things right here?
Which things?
What I'm standing on? And what I'm looking at?
That was just to get up before I put in the staircase. You can remove that.
Neat. They were bothering me.
You bother me.
Okay, I'm gonna grab my snack. And I'm gonna eat a snack.
Alright.
Consume the snack.
Yes.
Snackable.
Nom 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 nom. I have a muffin. It's really good. What? I'm very confused.
We're making Minecraft eating noises.
Oh! Okay.
Silly.
You are quite a lemon.
Is my snack cabbage? No, no it is not.
Why
it be?
isn't it?
Well, because I would use the cabbage to make cabbage rolls.
Ah,
I disagree. You're not that proficient in foodery.
Yes, I am. I'm literally 1 tomato away from making pasta with meatballs.
Well, if you were good at food, you wouldn't even be missing that tomato now, would you?
I literally just have to wait for the tomato to grow. That's not my fault.
I think you could wait a little bit faster. If you want to stay without, developing your skills, that's on you.
Why are you so
you?
rude to me?
Because you make it
You too.
easy. I hope it's the endearing kind of bullying, not the stop it kind of bullying.
Bop it.
Twist it.
Stop it.
Pull it. Yeah, it's working. Let's go. 16 are up to cook. Let's go.
Sweet.
Wait, why did I make 16? I should make 18.
Why?
He prefers that number.
No,
It's divisible by 9.
it's divisible by 3. 16 is not. Oh wait,
Yeah.
that would require me to make more pasta. I only had 16 pasta. Oh, that's probably why. Never mind. I guess we'll have to deal with
Goober.
16.
Well, you can give me the extra and I can eat it.
No, no.
Why not?
She's hungry.
I'm hungry.
I'm going to have the extra one, thank you very much.
No.
She's so hungry.
Hungry. Mm.
Give her a snack.
You had your cabbage rolls.
Bro,
No, I've been eating bread.
Gonna have you in a second. I've also been eating bread, by the way.
I'm gonna have you in a box.
But I
A
gave you
to-go
cabbage
box.
rolls! I'm trying to be the resident
You gave me
chef.
2.
Yeah, because
cabbage
that's all we
rolls.
had. That's all the cabbage we had.
Mhm.
Why
Skill
didn't you
issue.
wait until there was more cabbage?
Because cabbage rolls?
That is. You know what? Sure.
No, I disagree.
no, bueno, no, mejor no, mejor no, mejor no.
I'm not gonna
I-
elaborate, but I disagree.
Yeah,
Bueno, o sea, lo más difícil del...
I agree with her.
Ah. I made a path block. Why the fuck did I do that?
You are
Oops.
goofy.
Is there a skeleton in this tree?
De los gratis, sí.
I swear there's a skeleton in the tree.
Nah, I don't
Better
think
make
there
sure
is.
that there isn't for long.
Pero no,
You took all my mud brick slabs, didn't you, Sam? The ones that fell into the...
Oh yeah, I picked them up for you.
Can I have them back?
Yeah. Give me a second.
¿Sabes dónde es el lugar para entrar? ¿Dónde
Thank
nos
you.
entran?
What? Shit! I clicked the sort button. I didn't mean to do that. I apologize.
I'm sure you'll be fine.
It disorganized my stuff. There we go. I didn't want to click the sort button. That was awkward.
I think there's a cave underneath our house.
Yeah, well, I mean, I did find bits of like the dripstone cave, and then like it fell into a chasm, so probably.
Pero, ¿y esa fuente?
Thrilling content. Digging.
Very
You
riveting.
volunteered for it.
That is true.
Yeah, I know.
¿Estás bien?
Man sounds like he's being tickled. Tickle me almost.
Ahí hay
Been
un
tickled
fire exit,
pink.
güey.
I like that color. It's a good color. 10 out of 10 would recommend.
Mhm.
Actually, 9 out of 10. Magenta takes the top spot.
Falta esa cosa.
I will not elaborate.
You don't have to. Neat. Pasta's done.
No sé cómo trolear a alguien.
Meat.
Neat. Alright, everyone gets 5, and then there's 1 extra.
Hooray!
get the extra.
It's dinner time! That is correct. She gets the extra.
Sí, no hay nada.
Okay.
I want food.
Yep. Here's yours.
Thank you. I am pleased. I am cheesed by your actions.
Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. Copper, boop.
Also, Sim, part of the reason of me eating bread is I just have so fucking much of it.
That's because you
Yeah,
literally
honestly.
made it a competition last time to make the bread.
Yeah, and I won the
This is
competition, so it's
entirely your fault.
It is your fault that I have this much bread because you couldn't make any more than what you did.
Eso no soy yo, bro.
If you were better at baking, I wouldn't have this issue.
If it was
This
your
is literally your fault.
it was your fault because we made so much dough and you decided to cook it all instead of saving it for other things that require dough.
We
It
have
is
so
entirely your
much
fault because
wheat.
You followed along with it.
I did
We
for
have
the bit.
entirely too much wheat.
You weren't good enough to beat me, so I kept making it.
No hay nada.
I did for the bit.
Your Honor.
So,
Is for the bit.
Is
in my
age
defense,
7?
Your Honor, it was really funny.
Is age 7 the the maximum crop growth? I can't tell if these cabbages are done.
I don't know. Right click it and
Does it
see.
look like the botanist?
Oh, yeah, it was. And we got 2 seeds. Let's go.
Hell yeah!
I'm gonna plant 'em.
we got cabbage.
We got cabbage.
Okay.
Cabbages.
Cabbages.
All right. Oh, I also need to repair my thingy. Copper. I need
Move your
copper.
ass.
I need
We
the
don't have any diamonds, do we?
We have like a diamond,
Mm.
and a rough diamond.
2 rough diamonds.
And
Oh yeah, I remember getting those and not telling you.
I don't even know what it is.
It's a diamond that is not diamond quite yet, but can be turned into diamond.
Oh, there's also a shard.
But I'm asking so that we can get obsidian to go to the nether to get a
Grass.
shroom light. No, shroom light.
Oh, okay,
Shroom lights. Oh, they're pretty.
This is true.
Vaguely mac and cheese block, but not as much as glowing salt and or gold ore.
Well, yeah, the problem is I want to place it somewhere where we can't really afford to place the glowing salt because it's like a single block. You
I
need
mean,
to
you
have
can
a
make
torch
salt lamps.
behind it.
You can also
Yeah,
make
but
like
it's
salt.
on the roof.
Right.
Hmm.
I think. Actually, no. Wait, no, I don't think.
Not often.
I don't know. Something.
Not when you're in the room. Get out of the doorway.
Oh, sorry. Oh,
Please.
okay,
thank
cool.
you.
I'm gonna
See you
continue.
Crazy vest wearing monkey.
What?
It's from, I think, Left 4 Dead. I don't remember.
Escucho
Oh.
algo, aparece enfrente de mí, tiro esta cosa y me voy corriendo, ¿eh?
Madam, your pasta.
Thank you.
Did you mean
You are
to?
forgiven. I'm not going to kill you tomorrow.
Yay! Wait, what about today?
To be determined.
Okay. Did you mean to put the mud brick here?
Yes, it is really important. Don't move it.
Okay.
It needs to be there, because otherwise it's going to be in my inventory.
And that is a fate worse than
But
death
backpack.
for the brick.
But like backpack.
She might get hungry.
I'm going to eat the staircase block.
Of course. She's very hungry.
What do you mean you might get hungry? Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I. Of course.
No, ¿dónde lo tiraste? No sé.
Oh.
¿Por qué no me dijiste que estaban las mitades de mi disco?
Did I mention that of your voice?
So, the rough diamonds, they can turn into diamonds properly eventually?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
we can, shave them.
Yeah, with either a diamond grindstone or sandpaper.
I don't think we have a diamond grindstone.
We can make sandpaper.
Oh. Is it with sand and paper?
Yes.
You win.
Yippee!
Congratulations. I am going to kill you. Today.
No! Wait, no! Wait, no! No! Wait, no! No!
Let me go get lava real quick.
Let me get the hatchet.
Get the hatchet. You get the butcher's knife.
No, no, no.
That's cruel, I feel. That borders on cruel.
It is. It is.
Then why?
I look forward to it.
No. Please, no. I don't
Plead your
deserve
case.
it.
Why shouldn't I?
Alonso.
I don't deserve it.
On what grounds do you not deserve it?
On the grounds of existing?
Not good enough. You're getting butchered.
Death.
No te tengo de amigo, ¿verdad? Ya que ya-
There was so many cases you could have made, and you went the limpiest
ya
route.
te llevo.
I'm sorry.
Limpiest.
I'm sorry. I'm a failure.
The saddest,
Chat
least
declares-
entertaining thing you could have said.
Chat declares that CC shall not be killed. Good. Thank you, chat. You have my back.
On what grounds?
You
I
will
have yet to
only
be
die.
convinced.
You will not be killed, you will only die.
Yes, exactly. On what grounds should he not cease to be?
I don't know, but they
Being pretty cool,
apparently
actually.
said so. I'm being told.
Well, I haven't heard anyone say anything.
Well, I think,
If like literally if one person said, "I don't know, he's kind of cool,"
I think he's
would
pretty
be
neat.
perfectly enough.
I like
Yeah,
him.
there you go. That's all
He's
you.
funny.
That's all you needed to do. You're not gonna die today then.
I saved your life. Be grateful.
You know what?
You're like literally, Sim. If you had said, I'm pretty cool, as a response to me asking on what grounds should you not be killed, that would have been good enough.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
didn't realize. All right, listen.
Why should
We
I
are-
listen?
We are as silly as you are, if not more.
The difference is I am violent.
Okay. Chat
Yeah.
says CC is too cool. So don't hurt them. So yeah, that told you. Chat
Get
agrees.
in.
Oh, we're not gonna hurt you.
Oh.
It's just gonna.
Let's go.
I
I,
was just gonna-
doubled
yeah,
my
I was just
inventory
gonna-
space.
I was just gonna run a command, No one was gonna hurt you.
It's gonna be quick and painless.
Wait. Run a command. Do you even have that permission?
No, but I have Lucy and she can do it.
Please, Lucy, do not do that.
She's not going to. Not today.
Okay.
Maybe 2 days
Oh.
from now.
Marquette 56 is now up.
Oh my god!
I'm not saying you should do it. In fact, I'm saying you shouldn't do it.
Help! Help!
But
No,
I
but
just like.
I wouldn't be doing it today.
Help! Help! Help!
Oh my goodness. What have I done?
It'd be 2 days from now. Because I promised you wouldn't die. Holy crap.
Ow
How do
my
you
god!
pronounce him?
Ow! Ow! Dodging,
Is that a
weaving,
trident?
dodging, weaving,
It's a-
dodging, weaving.
It's a trident wielding drowned.
Oh my
There's
goodness.
battle going on down there. How did you get in? Oh, that's how.
Oh, jeez almighty.
Ah!
Yeah.
Vengeance!
Oh
I
yeah, he
thought
did it.
blocking would protect me from the trident. It didn't.
No.
Did he drop the backpack?
Yes, actually.
Yeah,
Wow.
Lieutenant.
Moss!
There's moss in there. Golden moss clump. Iron boots.
How do
Emerald.
I
I-
get my stuff back?
I think I did it.
Iron. Let's go. This is neat.
Give it several schmacks. There you go.
Very
Also,
strange.
I say that you get to keep this silver.
Yeah, but I want the stuff. I want to keep the stuff.
No,
in
I
this-
have a zombie backpack. I like the colors of these ones more.
Alright.
Okay, we can just have a spare backpack, so you could have it in your inventory as
Yeah.
like a slot that opens up some more slots.
Yeah.
You can't put the backpack inside another backpack
No,
unless
no,
you
no,
have a
not
specific
inside
upgrade
another
that allows you
backpack, but
to.
just in your inventory, and then have it, like open up when you're when you click on it.
Yeah.
I know several people who use this backpack mod and have one on their back and then have one in their inventory, so they basically have an on-the-go shulker box they don't have to place down. Very convenient. Also,
is.
I upgraded mine to iron because we had a lot of iron,
Fair enough.
which means that I doubled the space. Also,
You can also
Did
use
you-
gold to
feather
increase the
falling
space
boots.
again.
The iron boots are feather falling. I am wearing them right now. Let's go.
They are one durability sim.
Wait, no, don't wear them. Repair them.
I don't know what.
Repair them. They're gonna break.
How?
Good question. We don't
I
have
don't
an
think-
anvil. Make an anvil.
I don't think you can repair them in the Tetra.
You
No,
cannot.
you can't.
Oh.
Uh,
Do you have enough iron
I
to even
believe
make an
Nicholas is still working on the armor add-on for Tetra armor update,
anvil?
if indeed that ever is going to come out.
Okay, I've anvil. Wait, how do I?
You made the anvil.
Yeah.
I suppose it'd be really awkward to tell you that there's a way to make an anvil with, like, 5.5 iron ingots.
How?
Oh, there we go. Got it.
It requires a blaze burner.
I don't
Oh.
want to make a blaze, but
Then
that means going to the
doesn't matter
nether. I'm not blazing out yet.
No, but you
Yeah.
will.
I'm sorry. I had to make a reference. Okay. Anyway, I repaired them. I put iron in the anvil. I realized that you could just put iron on an anvil in with the tool and it fixes it. The old way of fixing
Yeah.
before mending. I forgot that was a thing.
You're so
You're not
dependent
very
on
good at
mending.
games, are you?
I'm not
No,
that
not really.
dependent on mending. I forgot. This was broken. I need to fix. I'm not that dependent on mending. I actually don't.
You got used to the Tetra tools not getting destroyed when they break.
Yeah.
You forgot that things needed to be repaired. Can you help me out here, Sim?
I need to fix my tool.
No.
I'm sorry.
Well, when you're done.
Okay. Bamboo. What do I do with the golden moss clump?
Put it in storage. We can use it to make more moss.
I thought that's the enchanted moss clump.
Oh. I
Yeah,
forget.
but like, where would it go in storage? Like,
The moss
Put it
chest.
anywhere. We're going to move everything anyway.
oh,
It
Well,
goes in the
I was
moss
like,
chest.
does it go in the? Does it where it's
Does it,
hard?
Sim? Does it? Put it in the food chest. Put it in the food chest.
Like, I was thinking, does it go in the plants chest or does it go in the
Perpetuate the cycle.
all of the gold is?
Perpetuate the cycle. Eat the moss.
No! I will not eat the moss, but I do know someone who does.
I thought you were a real envy. Go eat moss.
No, I don't want to.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, Sophie, what did you need
I don't
help
even know
with?
if you're.
Come over here.
I don't even know if you got the joke.
I did.
You probably didn't.
I think. Where?
What's the joke then?
Down here.
Ow.
This layer of dirt. I need it gone. On both sides.
I understood.
Thank you.
Tell me what you think the joke is.
NBs eat moss.
Because of what? This is a reference.
I just know that's like a general thing. I didn't know it was a reference to particularly anything in particular.
It is a reference.
To
It is a reference to eating moss. In a
It's a
competitive
reference.
manner.
It's a Deltarune reference. I'm admitting this on live Twitch.
Where is...
Yes. Oh my
Sure.
god, chat literally screamed at me, eat the moss. CC is silly for not eating moss.
Lucy. Birchwood. Where?
I
chest.
planted some across the way.
Do you not gather any actual wood?
I gathered very little. It turns out you need. I think that fortune is kind of required at this point
Why?
because it impacts the amount of wood you get from chopping down trees now.
Oh, really?
Cool. Because
Wait,
we have
wait,
dynamic
for-
trees.
Fortune on an axe or fortune on a pick would do that.
How would you
Fortune
cut down a
on-
tree with a pickaxe, Sim?
If it's a half pick.
I don't know. You can technically use any tool to cut down a tree.
But you're not going to use a pickaxe to do it, Sim.
If it's got fortune, and that's the only tool you
Honestly,
have that has
Wouldn't
fortune.
work because fortune only works on blocks that the tool can break.
Actually,
I don't know. I've seen people who are insane and want their glass and are like, oh well, my only silk tool is a shovel, so I'm going to break the glass with a shovel. And
Well,
it
yeah,
works.
because the shovel can break glass. A
I'm
hatchet with
sure.
fortune wouldn't break diamond ore, so you wouldn't get the fortune benefit.
I just cleared out the very small carrot patch with a gold pickaxe and it gave me like 38 carrots.
Yeah, that's what I was
Jesus.
saying. You can technically farm
It
crops
doesn't
with
durability damage.
Well,
the
yeah, but Sim, the pickaxe can
Pickaxe,
break the
okay.
carrots. That's what I'm telling you. If it can break it, it gets the fortune.
right. And I'm saying you could technically use a pick on wood too.
Yeah, you could do it with your bare damn hands. So it would work.
I broke it again.
Broken.
This keeps happening.
Stop.
It's
doing it.
broken.
I don't know what you're doing, but stop it.
I'm digging.
Oh, then carry on. Oh, what was I doing? I was getting something. Let's see, I got the glue. Da, 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 da. Oh, yes,
I have
bamboo.
so much dirt in my inventory right now. Oh my goodness.
Make it into mud.
So where is all the birch you gathered, if you did gather any?
Across, or, well, no, wait, there's like a couple logs in the wood chest, I think.
Okay.
Make a castle out of the dirt. No.
Well, we are making
Why
a
not?
mud castle, or mud temple. Keep the ziggurat.
Structure.
Structure's
Yeah,
good
that's
for
the
it,
bitch.
yeah.
Which one is the wood chest? Because I don't see any birch in
one.
here.
It's
This
up
one.
here.
Right here.
There's no birch in there.
There was. Where'd it go?
So, why did you eat the birch?
I didn't eat the birch.
You
That
sound
was a
guilty. Why did you
suspicious
eat it?
pause. How tasty was it?
I think I'm. Did I do something with it? I think I might have crafted it into bowls for the cooking pot.
Oh my goodness gracious. The one wood that we had barely any of.
I despise your left nail.
Which left nail? Dirt
Because that is
castle.
most
For you
fun.
to decide.
Dirt
Say your
castle.
goodbyes to both of them, because I'm going to be removing one.
Both left nails.
No, just one of them. I'm not gonna tell him which one.
But I have
Man's got 2
5
fingers.
nails on my left hand. What do you mean?
Soon.
Soon.
Chat says that I ate the birch. No, I didn't. I didn't eat the birch.
Why did you eat it?
I didn't.
Caught live on camera.
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
could technically
please
check the
consider.
mod.
Please consider for a moment
Hmm.
when you eat something that's served in a bowl, little chips of wood come out.
True.
You ate the birch.
I haven't technically eaten the noodles yet, so no. Bark
You're
off.
going to eat the birch.
Bark off. That's a good. Soon CC will be down to 2 left nails. No! No!
Prepare to be peeled.
Ready thyself for the peelage. Prepare thyself. Judgment.
Crush.
Judgment or truth for that name? I don't know. A
Yeah,
very
that.
catchy song name. I don't know.
I think 3 seconds of ultra kill would cause Sim to go to cardiac arrest
Yeah, it would.
on the main menu.
Yes.
Yeah. No, you overestimate Sim's capacity to withstand it.
I do I?
Launching. In the process of downloading the game, he would get so nervous he'd have a heart attack.
You have a conniption.
You're not wrong. Cause yeah, that would happen.
It's not even like it's a
chat
scary
says
game.
chat says that is the cost of eating birch. You lose your nail privileges.
Yeah, that's what happens. You don't get to have them anymore.
Can confirm.
Sí.
Can confirm. This happened to an uncle once.
Not mine. I did it.
Not mine. It was a friend's uncle. They ate my
Let's
birch.
go. We've got more cabbage.
Yay!
Birch.
Cloudbush.
Don't make balls out of the cabbage, Sim.
I can't make balls out of the cabbage.
Well, you made balls out of the birchwood I desperately needed, so I don't know. I
What
can't
the-
rely on you to not make balls out of something we need.
To be fair, birch is the wood I dislike the most, so I always use like things that I'm like to make sticks or bowls or
Well,
other
that's not
tools.
fair at all, actually.
I use the wood I like the least
That
first.
is discrimination. That is woodist. That's not fair at all.
Oh, I have an idea. How about
Jesus Christ.
I go off after I'm done making this farm with some gold axes and just get a bunch of birch for you?
Yeah, I would
Make-
like that.
make the bowls out of cabbage and put birch soup in-
artificially-
One at a time, please.
I was reading chat, so give me make the bowls out of cabbage and put birch soup in it.
Yeah,
Yummy.
make birch tea inside of cabbage balls.
Oh my god. Anyway, what? I hope one of you got that reference.
No.
Damn it.
What reference did you make?
Anyway, what?
No.
That's just a thing people say.
No, it's like a very specific thing for like Doc like basically blue screened and said anyway what, and it was the most funniest thing ever. And yeah, don't worry about it.
I'm worrying about it despite you.
No. What's this one?
I'm worried about him. Are you okay? Do your brain cells function?
Define okay.
Can you breathe and do you think?
Questionably.
I'm
Okay,
beating a
we
ground
need
to
to
death.
Put him in a hospital. Not
Which
to be
one?
taken care of, just to get him off our hands.
Yeah, so that seems about right.
They'll take better care of him, I'm sure.
No, don't put me
Just
in the
retirement
hospital.
home.
They'll take him to the farm upstate.
Oh no!
Zombie!
Oh god, no!
Zombie! Zombie! Help!
Holy,
Help!
they
Help.
really
Help!
nerfed
Help.
the recipe
Help.
for mulch.
Help! Help! Help!
What
Help,
is
please.
your malfunction?
Zombie! Zombert! Zombie!
Yeah,
Zombie!
I got
Zombie!
it. He's been dead for 15 seconds. Relax.
Okay, thank you.
Sim, I have a task for you.
Give me a
Don't
second.
give it to him. He can't handle. He can't handle it.
I need dirt.
Oh wow! That just so happens that I have 5 bajillion stacks on me.
This is convenient. I need 32 dirt.
Give me a second, I'm harvesting crops.
Why?
Gimme.
Why not? Okay. Where are you? Where? Hi.
Gimme.
How much dirt do you need?
I only need 32 dirt.
Have a stack. You're welcome.
Sim, I'm going to eviscerate your right hand
Why?
because you made her cry.
I didn't cry, I just squawked. It's
Oh,
okay.
Never mind,
You
Sim.
get to live.
You get to keep your right hand. Your
Okay.
left one is mine though.
Then I can't move at all. I can only shake my head.
Huh?
Use your nose.
Oh yeah.
Chat says, do
Use
not
the
put
keyboard like a bird.
Chat says, do not put CC in the
Instruction
hospital.
pack.
That would, um,
That'd be
that would
expensive.
that would cure
That
Zem
would
of his
be
silliness. We wouldn't want that to happen.
This is true, but you see, we wouldn't put him there to cure him of anything. We'd be leaving him there so that he couldn't come back to bug us again.
Just lock him in the okay, not the closet. That's bad terminology.
No,
No,
put me in the
it's
closet.
like
Not back
dropping
there.
someone
No.
off. It's like dropping someone off at daycare. He's just gonna be there to pester someone other than us.
I mean,
You know,
that's
this
an
is-
apt description of daycare.
That just sounds like a retirement home.
Yeah, putting
Oh,
him in a retirement
To
home.
be fair, retirement home and daycare the difference is age.
Yeah,
Daycare for
Exclusively.
children, retirement home for adults.
and we're putting him specifically in a hospital so that he can look at all the things that are going on and be distracted a while.
I mean, the thing is, if I was put in a hospital for, like, to just be dropped off there, I would probably actually help out people in the hospital, not necessarily be admitted.
Exactly. You'd just be entertained. It's perfect. That's what we want.
Fair enough.
You're
kept
distracted
busy.
and being a good person. Awesome.
Alright, chat says, use accessibility settings for Minecraft, that way you can use one hand to play. Chat, why are you
Exactly.
encouraging this? I do not want Sophie
Exactly.
to have my hand!
Why not? I could
Actually-
use it far better than you can.
Just a moment here. I don't think she needs your hand. She already has mine.
Mm-hmm. I don't need it, but it would be cool to just
Oh.
have, because that means he wouldn't.
Alright, according to chat, there are senior daycares to accommodate older adults who need to be watched during the day but are somewhat independent. I didn't know that. Thank you for the information.
Neat.
Neat.
The art appreciate. I pressed Q again.
Hold hands with your friends while you play Minecraft. Unfortunately, these friends live.
Would like to keep the hand.
I was gonna say live far away enough that we can't hold hands, but that works too.
I
Well,
walked to your house.
If we ever hold hands, Sim, I am going to keep the hand.
Lucy, you cannot currently walk to my house, and I will not
She
say.
can. It would take a while, but she can.
I will not
This is
say
true.
why because I do not want to dox myself, but you currently cannot because I am at college,
I'm
and
going to
college
dox
different
you.
location than home.
I'm going to dox you. You
Do
live
not-
under a bridge.
Fuck, you're not wrong.
I'm gonna dox you.
I'm going to duck you.
We will,
Here, Tim,
we
Tim, Tim, Tim.
will duck
Tim,
you.
Tim,
What?
Tim,
Hmm?
take this.
Okay, that sounds a little wrong.
Ash! Why did you give me ash?
I didn't want it in my inventory.
It's a gift.
So you give it to me?
Yeah.
Why?
You're special.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Let me just...
You have free inventory space.
And free will.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Do with
You're
it.
welcome for that,
you
by the
will.
way.
I can make soap with this.
Cool.
Yes, you can.
Oh, I would need 4 though. I don't have 4. I only have 1.
Go start fires if you want your soap so bad.
No.
There is a way to make a giant soap bubble dispenser.
Oh. Interesting.
There's also
There's
a way
bird seeds.
to...
Good hole.
Oh, we should plant these then. If
We
you're...
have some planted, yeah. They're just growing real slow.
Oh, I can't plant them on. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm planting more. Because I didn't. I apologize for using the birch, so I'm going to plant more. Here you go.
Don't plant them here, Sam. We're gonna be bumping into the trees all the time.
Uh-oh. Okay. There's music notes coming out of your backpack.
Can you hear the music?
Yes.
Good.
I cannot. Mostly because I'm underground.
You can walk anywhere if you try hard enough. Okay, fair, but also it would be pretty far. This is a no dock zone, but yes, ducks. Okay. Yeah.
There will be ducks. You have no choice.
Mm-mm.
No, no, no,
Choice.
no, 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 no. Está bien, Pepe. Está bien, Pepe. Bro.
No one's
Eres una
the-
rata, eres una rata.
We're yep,
Okay,
Boogie.
bro.
boogie. We're boogieing. Let's go. Yep.
Woo yeah,
I
woo
was
yeah,
g-
woo time.
I was gonna make a reference to Life series, but I decided against it because
You reference that every 2 minutes.
I reference Hermitcraft, I reference Empires, and I reference the Life series. I don't reference all of them all the time.
Every 2 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
It's one of them every 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, now I hear your music.
Yeah, you weren't close enough. It's a range. Why are you following me?
Music.
The bard.
It's a bit loud, I'll be honest.
Well, that's a shame.
I literally have jukeboxes on 10% and it's still loud. Okay, that's better. Okay, this is the loudest. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's better. I had it way too high.
Déjalo, déjalo, déjalo.
Are you doing this to entertain the stream? If so, thanks.
You're welcome.
I mean, I was talking to the empty air earlier, saying how like you really need some Be Right Back music.
I see. Okay, here's the thing. I did have Be Right Back music. I just forgot to play, and I was already down the street when I realized. So, yeah. Whoops.
Oh, wait a minute. I require funnel.
What?
I require a funnel.
Ah.
Hello.
¡Ian! No, ya vino nuestro Salvador.
It's literally assault.
Oh. I thought you could just pick up the block. I mean, you can.
You can craft it back together, I think.
Yeah, you can craft between them, but you only get the achievement for the rock salt, like, not block. Why do I keep getting distracted? I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, I'm repairing my tool. I need bamboo. Okay.
Do we have any paper anywhere?
No, I don't think so. I think we might have a bit of sugarcane, though.
I have literally all of it. I'm making a farm.
Oh, okay.
Can I borrow 3 of it? Wait, there's sugarcane right here.
Yeah, we have some growing passively, but it's not a farm.
Wait, I can make paper with just... Wait, no.
No,
That takes
don't
work.
break it all. Break only the top bit. Like this.
Man's really gonna show me how to harvest sugarcane.
Well, you broke it all, so figured you didn't
Yeah,
know.
because Lucy's making a farm, so it doesn't matter.
It does to me.
Well, then why don't you
Diamond.
complain on Reddit?
I don't use Reddit.
Then why are you complaining to me?
I don't know. Chat chat is very funny. Secret funnel. Secret funnel.
Secret funnel.
Through the mountains.
Where did the
I
word
understood
funnel
that
come from?
reference. Good job,
I
chat.
was making some funnels.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Lucy said, "I need a funnel,"
Sim,
and
Sim.
what?
Where are you?
Blatant
Right,
funnel.
Right here. I'm totally right. Why do I need the paper?
You'll find out
Sandpaper?
soon enough.
Thank you, and you're right. Chat is very funny. Yep. We don't have sand though.
Sniffly. Go into the river.
Entonces ahorita me salgo y
That's where it lives.
Go into the river and stay there.
No, I don't want to stay there. Sandpaper. Neat.
Woods time. Go to the woods. It's woods for you.
It's woods time for you.
What if I don't want to? Oh, I wanted to do
Well,
it.
Only big boys get the opportunity to go to the woods. You should be thankful.
It's an honor.
It is an honor to be sacrificed to the god of rain.
Chat says CC is always right about this, unless they disagree with me. Chat is the judge of chat's humor. I would argue no.
Your argument would be wrong.
I feel like if I laugh, then that means that your humor is right, chat. But like otherwise,
You would laugh if someone were to put a duck in front of you, wearing a silly hat.
yeah, it would. That's
Honestly,
true.
that is pretty funny.
Yeah, it is. Also, chat says to send me into the woods. No,
Yes,
It's woods for you.
no,
woods time.
no,
Woods,
no, no,
Woods, woods, woods.
no.
woods,
No.
woods.
Please, no.
A la madre, somos ricos.
Your
Vete
chat's
al
fun.
company building, vete al company building.
It's specifically one chatter. I don't know how this happened. Pretty sure this chatter is someone I recognize from previous streams and stuff.
No, you do not recognize them.
Yes, I do.
You do not recognize the bodies in the water.
Yes, I do.
You do not.
Yes, this chatter is a returning chatter. I
No,
literally.
you do not recognize them. Isn't that right, chat?
No,
I literally have the returning chatter, like, thing on. Like, I see the highlight. Oh, whoops.
Wait a second.
I missed the enter button.
Oh dear, I am a
There are
catastrophic
silly
silly.
ducks in the woods to hang out with. Yes, there are.
Yeah, do that. Hang out with the ducks. Go on, shoo.
No.
Off you get.
No.
Off
The
you
ducks
hop.
in the woods are free.
No, I'm not Lucifer. I will not go and hang out with ducks. Or make ducks.
But,
Wait a minute.
but Sim, the ducks in the woods, they're free, Sim. You can take them home, Sim.
Yeah.
I don't want to. They need to be in their natural environment.
Why, Sim, when you could have ducks, Sim?
You could be their natural environment.
The elites don't want you to know this, but the ducks in the woods are free, says chat.
Exactly.
Jesus.
The
The chat
They
will
don't want you to
never
know
steer
that
you
the
wrong.
Ducks are free.
Ducks
barely
love
make other
elephants. I'm not so sure about that, actually.
What they say?
Ducks.
What about elephants?
Ducks love elephants.
Oh, they do.
No, I don't
They
think
can
so.
stand on them.
Anything that a duck can stand on will be loved and cherished.
Exactly.
Okay. This is so disorganized.
Well, whose fault is it?
muteate, muteate.
Whose fault could
I don't
it be?
know. Probably mine.
Exactly.
Oh, I got an important email. Give me a second.
Alright.
You get 2 seconds because I'm feeling generous.
So generous.
ver, ¿qué necesitamos? Necesitamos 100 varos, ¿no? Entonces, esto es 22. ¿Cómo eso vale 22? No, no.
Neat. My trip for tomorrow is gonna be very neat. It could end. It could be like a 3-day trip, or it could be an 8-day trip. It depends on how well the basketball team for my college does.
108. Falta.
Well, how well do you want them to do?
I'm hoping to do well enough that I'm able to get back to college before classes start again, which is to say by Sunday. But like, if we lose the first game, we're out of the competition, and we get back on Wednesday.
They survived.
Bring ducks on the trip with you. I don't think I can do that actually. I don't think I'm
Yes, you
allowed.
Check this
can.
out. Sim, check this out.
Hmm?
You helped do this.
Ábreme la
How did I
puerta,
do?
rata.
How?
You dug the hole. Good job, champ.
But how does the hole help with anything? I'm
Check
confused.
him out, little go-getter.
Oh, it's making a thingy. I've seen those above ground before as well. I've seen. Why did you make it underground instead?
Sí.
Because it's a giant fucking eyesore.
No, I think it's neat with the little things going around. You can even like put a little
It's
like.
also a hazard. It's a saw blade on a spinning bearing.
Listen,
You
Someone's
would
going to die.
listen. That's why you decorate with the perimeter around it. That's like leaves and some wood and like fences and walls and cobble walls and stuff. It's I've seen pretty farms be made.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Like it doesn't have to just be a
Well, I mean,
slab.
I would prefer it if if a permanent version of the farm were not literally in front of our house.
Yeah,
The
that
output
too.
can be moved easily.
No, I mean the farm itself, like the whole mechanical components. Because Sim is right, you can make it really pretty. I just prefer it if you made it really pretty somewhere not in front of the house.
Yeah, this is like within 2 blocks of the house. I would say maybe move it like that way by like 8 blocks or so. Half a chunk. Right?
I'll leave it up to self. Oh, yeah, okay. Now that's done, I can go and search for some birch. Search for birch. Birch search. It's birch.
I'm gonna double check. I did that. I did this way, all the way. And this way, all the way. I think I did my digging project. Sophie, are you proud
You
of
think?
I am very proud of you. Thank you very much.
me? Yay!
You are a high value target.
You are a good goober.
Spider! Spider!
Consider violencing it.
Spider.
Yeah.
Well,
Consider inviting it into our home.
we have no light on our roof. We need lights. Jesus Christ!
Extend
Torch
an
spam
invitation
will
to the
do.
spider.
Extend an invitation to the spider. Befriend it. Allow it to eat the bugs that will give you
No,
malaria.
por ahí no hay nada. Para allá
No.
Partake of the bugs.
no te suicides, por favor. No hay nada allá.
Become one with the spider.
I shall fix this. Find more birch, but keep it from CC, lest he eat it.
Yeah. Build
I
a fence
mean-
around the birch farm so he doesn't eat it. He's gonna give himself a tummy ache.
I hate to say that you're wrong, but like, yeah.
Well, it's a good thing you can't say I'm wrong.
Please. There we go. I'm lighting up the area because there is not enough. Also, how do you prevent the watermelons that keep growing just in random spots?
Use shears on the grass.
Oh.
You
I'm not
right-click the
kidding.
grass with shears.
Yes. It
Trim the
causes stuff to stop growing randomly.
Oh.
I want to sleep.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah. I
'Cause I-
control the speed at which melon.
So if I break the melon and then I use shears, wait, does it have specifically have to be shears, or can I just hand break it?
Shears.
Yeah.
You don't
don't have
break it. You have to right click it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ!
What happened?
Zombie! 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 Oh, it's dead. It burned.
Don't you play on like PvP servers?
No?
Then
Yes,
what
he
do
does.
you play?
No, I don't!
Then what do you
Isn't
call?
that what you play? The servers like Spleef and whatnot.
That's not PvP servers.
Yes, it
How
is.
the hell is it not a PvP server?
PvP,
You are
ser-
playing against other players.
PvP servers are specifically servers that you actively like fight each other in all of the time. I've been in those.
That's
I've hated it.
literally
I
It's the
Okay.
play
same thing as
on
Spleef.
mini game servers where I go into
Mini games are
games.
PvP experiences, Sim.
No, not all of them.
silly.
Most of them are actually not PvP.
All right.
Hole in the wall,
it's
you
a
dodge
competition.
holes in the walls. You can't actually punch
It is a
people.
competition, Sim. No, PvP does not mean punching or hurting someone. It
Player
means
versus
competing against them.
player. That means
Exactly, player
hurting
versus
them.
player, competing against a player.
Duck minigame server. No, not a duck minigame server.
Yeah, Duck minigame server.
No.
Duck minigame server.
I'm specifically
woods with you.
I'm like
What?
terrible at fighting PvP for the most part, but I'm decent-ish in mini games, and I am terrible at PvE.
Spleef the zombie Sim.
No, that doesn't work unless there's a gaping hole beneath, and there isn't.
Well, that's because you're not trying hard
Throwing
enough.
shovel. Throwing shovel. Throwing
Throwing
shovel.
shovel. Throwing shovel.
Throwing shovel.
No, I'm not throwing shovel.
Yes.
Okay.
Do you
Chat,
know?
should he or should he not own a throwing shovel?
I'm making Sim a throwing shovel.
No, don't make me a throwing shovel. I actually probably need to make my my
¡No puede ser, rata!
my dinner, I think.
¡Ah,
So
esto
I'm
no!
gonna go to throw the shovels. No, I'm gonna
I'm making
sit.
a throwing
Throw the
shovel.
No, you got rid of the mac and cheese blocks. All right, I'm
I'm making the throwing shovel. It's gonna be fantastic.
okay.
It's gonna be great.
Mhm.
I'm going.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
I'm gonna go in here. All right.
Can I show you the throwing shovel first, please? Pretty please.
Claro que no, no le
I-
creas.
Please, I'm gonna do a small break, and I'm gonna actually put on the music this time,
Hi.
and I'm gonna make my food if that's okay.
But what if it's not okay?
Too bad, it will be.
How do you figure?
I also need to like get up and stretch anyway.
Everything.
Like I need a break.
Everything will be okay. You have no choice.
Jesus Christ. All right. I will be right back.
Later. Oh, sweet. Cheers. This was what I was looking for. I'm gonna make some gold axes before I go.
¿Por qué hace eso? Ah, o sea, te caíste. O sea, sí te caíste. O sea, sí te caíste. O sea, sí se cayó.
Judah Woods, Richie.
Hmm?
Judah Woods, Richie.
It's woods time for you.
Oh, espérate, ya no vamos a subir. Espérame. Espérame, ahí voy, está. No, yo para allá hay una tableta. Ay, no puede ser. No,
He's having
Luis,
fun.
no,
Yeah, I'm glad.
Ah, bueno.
People should be allowed to fun.
Mm-hmm.
¿En serio? ¿Lograste?
It's too bad they aren't.
Spell fun wrong. If you are not min-maxing your video game, are you even having fun?
The answer might surprise you.
Por favor, paremos.
The answer is coconut.
If the answer isn't coconut, the game will crash.
Mm-hmm.
Yo quiero llevarme allá. No,
Okay. How do I do this without causing a catastrophic lava overflow?
Very carefully and with the talent that you contain within yourself.
I'm talented.
Very talented.
Awesome. I'm gonna make a second bucket. What time is it? Oh my!
Okay.
Acá no hay
I
nada.
am gonna need to go to the
Del otro lugar.
bathroom, get myself some drugs.
Yes. Medicinal object.
Sí sabes que eso lleva hacia el lugar donde está la tableta.
I'm gonna shut the door. I'm gonna be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Este, yo creo que ya nos vamos. La verdad no vale. Va. Ya pongo frío, dice este ato. Bueno, es a ver si se muere Alonso o no. En la nave. Canicat, sí pasó a la madre este dato. ¿Se murió? Alrighty. Pues tenemos que no, 400 con 500 varos aquí. ¿Qué se queda? Sí. ¿Cómo te moriste? Bruh. Bueno, nos salimos para que se meta Castillo en esta última. No, nos salimos para que... Porque aún falta un día. O sea, ya nos vamos todos. Y entonces también ya estamos. Ian ya se va. Ah, ¿qué pasó? Sí, así. Pero ya... Ya se van todos, güey. Ok, dude. Literal nada más te estoy... Okay.
Hello?
No el de Grass Titan. Ay, no puede ser, no quiero un gas. No, que es karma. No vayas para allá y una torre.
Hello.
Hi, I'm here. I'm just having some ice cream.
Hello. Ice cream.
Por acá. No se te está trabando todo. Sí, ya lo noté.
So, before you joined, so that we could start playing Minecraft, I started a new run in Ark on a map that is 80% water. And thus far, it is really cool. I was murdered by a huge dinosaur that looks super badass. The water is beautiful and you can see really far under it. There's new armor recipes, new materials, new creatures. It's super cool.
¿Cruzamos o no? Sí puedes cruzar. Hacer el salto. ¿Sí sabes cómo?
right. I have returned mostly. I have gotten food. Yay! Also, chat said they'll invade while I'm away with a lot of quacking. No. No.
Ponme que se está abriendo, por favor.
Quack often and ferociously.
No.
Corre, 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 corre.
Uh. And chat also
Dice,
says welcome
sí,
back.
tío.
Yay. Thank you.
Welcome back.
Acá
I
estoy
hope you
realmente
could hear
súper-
some of the music because it somehow switched off for some of the time for some reason because it was being silly.
I'm sure it's fine.
It's fine now, I think. Cool.
No, no.
So I do have to remember.
Por acá, por acá.
What do you have to remember, Sim?
I do have to remember that I have a trip tomorrow.
Are you gonna be going soon then?
Maybe. I don't know. I might go. I might not go. I know that I should end stream
Damn it.
Need
at some point.
a girl farm. I see tall grass, but they will spread.
It'll be at some point. It'll probably be. Let's see.
How did the weeds
Yo.
not only mess up the tomato trellis, but overwrite the stick?
What?
The weeds decided to break the tomato vines in such a way that
Oh my
it
goodness.
consumed the stick.
Oh my goodness. How did that happen?
Neat.
Speaking of the whole shears thing, actually, it might be a good idea to replace the border of the farm with something that weeds cannot grow on.
Necesitamos 200 varos.
Because
Like
we lost an entire
cobblestone?
tomato vine to it.
Okay, wait.
Uh,
Cobblestone? Or like
Some-
leaves?
I think cobblestone would work.
Do you have
Like
any
mud
more
bricks.
raw gold brick?
Mud bricks works
We-
too.
We should, and if not, we can just make more with the raw gold blocks.
Yeah,
Because
but
I
it
have
makes
a
wood fine.
cool way I could probably make a
Right,
wall.
no,
I
we
just can't right now because I'm having dinner.
Sorry. Just gotta get rid of the tall grass so the weeds don't spread.
That my method that I'm referring to is one that is inspired by Scott's Major. Because yes.
Wait, your
Does that mean
method
you
of
took it
what,
from
sorry?
him?
What? One
Your
at a time?
method of what?
Making farms pretty.
Ah.
And how I'm gonna border this farm.
Oh yeah, I was gonna make you a throwing shovel.
Oh my goodness, not the throwing shovel again.
I'm making you the throwing shovel.
Please, no, I don't want to.
You do.
If you don't want to keep it, you can at least laugh at how novel.
But why not use a throwing axe? That makes more sense.
We can
The-
make you a throwing axe.
No, we cannot.
Why?
Yeah, we can make tomahawks, can't we?
They are part of an add-on.
Oh,
It has
and
not
is
updated.
it not? Oh.
Damn.
I mean, I can check.
You can throw the
Hey, well,
shovel if
see,
you
as-
don't want it. I mean, yeah, chat, you're right, but like, the point of the throwing shovel is to hit mobs and stuff, not.
No, the point of the shovel is to dig at a long distance.
Oh.
Dig at long range. Oh, Tetranomicon's been updated to 120.1.
I
I don't
regret.
All right. Chat says I don't think we should give CC a throwing axe. That sounds unsafe. Yeah.
Throwing shovel is safer. Holy, what is that?
What?
What?
Y lo dejamos.
That's
Different.
so cool.
What's
It's
what?
a Tetra add-on.
Tetranomicon update?
Tetranomicon and Tetra Extras,
Hmm.
which has a lot of compatibility with a lot of mods that we have.
Oh no. I don't think I've slept in a while.
Sam.
I don't think I've slept in a while because I've been AFK. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Silly
Sam.
goose.
Uh-oh. 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 I'm trying to go one-handed into bed. Yeet.
Where's a sheep when you need one?
No sé si dice ella.
Well, where's two sheep when you need two? Because I found one.
Si están.
Also, I realized why I was being very silly. You know what I was missing? My
A
Nightbot.
few brain cells.
Okay, yes, that. But my Nightbot wasn't in chat yet, and I didn't know. I was confused why, and then I finally looked at it, and it didn't join the channel because I hadn't like clicked on it before stream. It's in the channel now.
What does your
Pardon
knight
the.
do?
Yeah, I was gonna ask that.
It basically automatically posts like my social links and like reminder of the rules. And then also what do you call it? You can do a command that is, I think, elephant or elephants. Well, mods can, and that will give a catchphrase.
Neat.
Elephants.
There you go.
Elephants are amazing.
Yes.
Yep. That's yeah, elephants. If mods or me do elephants, you get, or maybe everyone can. I don't remember, but you can't spam it. You shouldn't spam it. But yeah,
Tim, where
What?
are you?
bed.
Uh. Look at me. Behold. That's our. This is made of stone. We get on the surface.
No, there's a grass bit over here, or dirt bit over here. Actually,
Ay, ay, ay. Let me back up. Oh, nuts. Shovel!
oh, that's like a knife. If you throw the knife, it'll break wool.
You can throw the knife.
No, but like, I think there's an enchant that you could make it throw. I don't know. There's
What?
when you throw the Farmer's Delight knife with like, if you have throwing enabled for it, like it'll break wool. Like that's the thing.
Are you talking about the throwing weapons mod from years upon years
No,
ago?
no, because I saw in Pirates SMP. It's something else.
I,
Oh yes, Nightbot posted my links. Yippee! Let's go.
yeah.
Follow me on my
Uh.
socials.
What if I
Do that.
follow you on your anti-socials?
What if I follow you?
Off a cliff.
What if I follow you home?
That's morbid.
No, it's Lucy.
Morbid?
um,
Why is it morbid?
it's the off a cliff one.
Oh, I thought I was just gonna like. I was saying it like I'm gonna follow you home.
Now that yeah, that one's creepy. Oh, tree is very loud still. Wow. Chat
Close
says
your
I would
ears.
like the elephant's power. No, you're not allowed.
Timber.
Well,
Well, why aren't they allowed, Sim?
because the elephant's power is for me and me alone.
I thought it was for you and the mods. You're telling lies to us now, Sim?
Oh my goodness gracious!
Chat, I think we need to rebel.
See, but
Chat coup d'etat.
but like, there's no mods in chat right now, so
Exactly.
that's
coup
why it's
d'etat.
me right now. Only me. The ducks follow Cece around. Do they? Duck Revolution? No!
Yep, ducks. It is time for ducks.
If you want ducks, we can play
Ducks are amazing.
Placid Plastic Duck Simulator.
Viva la quack.
Is this what I'm hearing that I should play Placid Plastic Ducks?
I don't know what that is.
It's a game where you spawn ducks and they float in a pool.
Is that it?
That's it.
Yeah,
That's it.
literally, that's it. You collect them all.
Game of the year.
Yep. Duck, duck, goose. Ah! No.
You got scared by it.
Well, yeah, because I got goosed.
Ghost. You got ghost.
The
Like
gooser has
there's
goosed you.
gooses.
Alright. You wanted me to go and grab the birch for you?
Mm-hmm.
Put away this dirt. This hoe. This jungle pods. I'm gonna make 6 golden axes.
CC is the silly goose? Yeah. Yeah, no, that's fair. Actually.
I am a silly goose. Oh, fuck, my name is
Mhm.
still some schmo on here, not Lose Goose. I need to get that changed if I can.
I thought you wanted to keep it for, like...
At least you're not using your brother's account because you lost yours.
Silly.
I thought you, Fuck. I thought you wanted to keep some schmo because some people wouldn't recognize you.
Meh.
Fair.
It's very gender neutral. This is a negative.
I mean...
It's a negative sim.
It might be negative for you, but, like, I feel like having a neutral name is, like, overall fine.
It's a negative sim.
For me.
The plural of goose is sheep?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chat makes no sense sometimes.
Honestly, I think it makes sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my goodness.
I...
By the way, I've been streaming for 4 hours, and I do not understand how that time just... Whee!
Well, you're
Well, you
having
see,
fun.
Sim, when things exist in a space, usually you can see things happening. That is because time is real.
Time passes.
Wow. Thanks.
And when it doesn't, people are sad.
Thanks for explaining
And scared.
time to me, as if I didn't know that already. I was more discussing
Well,
the fact that
you
I have
constantly
time
explain
blindness.
things to us that we know how it happens, so
I
we're
was-
just doing you a favor and
I was-
teaching you about something you don't understand.
I was talking about time blindness more than time itself. Jeez.
That's a fair point.
How do you blind yourself to time? Time
Close
does
your
not
eyes.
look like anything.
Time is an illusion,
Open
and
them.
so are pants. No, pants are not an illusion.
No, they are.
What?
Skirts
'Cause,
are
like-
forever.
Yeah.
But I'm wearing pants.
Well, yeah, but that's the same as not wearing anything at all, because they just look like legs, except made of cloth rather than meat.
The Emprex's new clothes.
Is that the same for shirts too? Is this
No.
what you're implying? I'm so confused. I'm so confused.
You're in the Nether?
What? When did you go to
Not
the
been for,
Nether?
like, half an hour now.
Oh, we need to
I'm
go
looking
deeper.
for shroom light.
Oh yeah.
I'm looking for shroom light, but all I found is a stupid bastion.
Where did you lay the Nether portal? I didn't notice we had that.
I started
That's
making one in the
because
basement.
I did something called keeping it from you.
Oh.
Keep it secret.
Yeah, that's fair.
I
I'd
like
probably
keeping things
die.
secret.
Um,
Well, no, it was mostly because I like being secretive about things, and I was gonna just show up with shroom lights, and you were gonna be all confused, and I was gonna be like, well, you see, you
It's
can
gonna be
make shroom
funny.
lights in vanilla, you just have to sacrifice your firstborn child.
well, what if I don't have children?
Well, that's a crying shame, because now you're in child debt.
Okay. So I have one child and then give it to you and then I'll be childless again. Good.
It's more like you owe someone a child.
Yeah, it
Okay.
keeps the child economy going.
Oh my goodness. Chat says, "Honey, where are my pants?" In the where's my
In the
super
nether.
suit? In the suit.
Where's my super...
In the.
Where's my super suit?
pants?
I ate him.
She eated them.
CC owes one child. They're in debt. Chat shall keep record of this. No, chat, no.
Yes, please keep record of
No!
this. You wouldn't want CC to be in debt forever. He needs to pay off his loan. You need to attain one child. It doesn't have to be yours, but you owe the universe a child.
Okay. Fucking.
So go fetch a child. Go on, pay your loans, or the IRS will give you a child.
What?
Nothing. Never
Oh
mind.
God, that's awful.
I
I do not want to think about the implications of that anymore.
no, don't. I mean, there's children somewhere.
You just have to grab one.
Yeah.
The government doesn't want you to know this, CC, but the
ducks in the
children
Okay,
in the
chat-
park are free.
Sophie.
Oh God,
Sophie,
no.
Sophie, the chat
Yeah.
asks, what is the interest on this debt, and do ducklings count?
They do count. They are children. The
Okay.
interest is 2 children a minute.
What?
You now owe like 40 of them.
Fucking
Very
hell.
many things in my head that cannot be said on Twitch.
They
yeah.
can be said. They're just not good thing to be saying.
I don't want.
No,
I
please
don't want
don't.
CC
I
to
don't.
get banned.
I don't want to get banned.
It would
No.
be funny though.
No, it wouldn't. I actually want to get to affiliate. That's why I have a follower goal.
So how much birchwood do you think is a good amount?
A stack of logs would be plenty.
I have
Probably.
in that.
Actually, like 7 stacks of logs would be enough.
Do you need it in log form or plank form?
Both.
Well, it would be easier to carry.
In what
I think.
ratio?
How much do you have? And I'll tell you if it's enough.
72.
Logs?
Mhm.
That's probably not enough. I've been reduced to consuming raw pork chops. Because I've been fighting Ghast for the past 5 minutes without a ranged weapon.
Jeez.
goodness. Please be careful on me.
I'm not dead
Wait,
yet.
have you eaten your pasta?
Oh yeah, I left that in a box because in case I fell in the lava, I don't want to lose my good sword and all my good stuff.
You wouldn't lose anything. It would just be kept in stasis.
It would be in stasis in lava, honey. In the middle of the nether. The hub spot for lava to go to.
Yeah, but
pretty
at the
much.
same
It's a hot
time-
happening spot.
At the same time, there's a reason why some people bring golden apples to the nether, so that they can munch on it, so they can have a better
Tim,
chance
do you
of
have
living.
a golden apple?
No, but the
Then
meatballs...
shut the fuck up. Shut the actual fuck up, Sim.
But I'm saying the
I
pasta
don't
with
want to hear it.
meatballs...
I don't want to hear it.
The
I don't
pasta
wanna hear it. I
meatballs
don't
gives
wanna
you
hear it.
nourishment
I
and
don't
a
want to
lot
hear
of
it. I don't want to hear
hunger
it. I don't want to
points.
hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it.
Children, calm down, please.
Alright,
quiet.
you're
Sim
both
is
older.
being a know-it-all.
Yes, he is.
I'm sorry.
Tell him to stop, or
It's
I will
very
be
funny.
forced to steal his sandwich from 2 weeks ago. I'll go back in time to steal it.
Can
This
I have
stream
it?
needs more cats. Ooh.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is true. Go.
we
There,
could
there
find
was
cats.
an ocelot in the jungle earlier.
Yeah,
Go get
Oh,
Cinder
no.
and Bean.
but ocelots,
Cinder and Bean.
you can't tame ocelots like you can
No,
cats
but you
now. They
can capture
separated.
them and put them on a little pedestal and have them be king.
Chat, do
Put
not
them in a seat.
Yes.
chat. Do not fucking let Sophie steal my sandwich.
Please
not-
let me steal a
Do not
sandwich. It's
encourage
really
her.
important.
Why are
I
you
am so
encouraging
hungry.
her?
Really important.
Chat is literally saying to steal my
Lucy is
sandwich.
hungry.
No.
Lucy
I
is
am
hungry.
so
I need
starving.
to steal the sandwich.
Jesus Christ.
For every
Can I have it?
bit you donate, I can go back a single minute, and I need to go back 2 weeks to steal a sandwich. Please help.
Stop encouraging, chat. Oh my goodness.
You should know by now. You are powerless in front of the chat.
Yeah, clearly.
You are not but the gesture in this situation, Chief.
Go jingle
Music
miserably.
pick.
Okay, so there's these rough Cinnabars. How do you polish them? I want to know how to use the
With your
sandpaper.
tongue.
Lick it like a lollipop. I actually know how to do it.
You put the sandpaper, cause I'm pretty sure I left sandpaper at home. If I didn't, you can just make it.
I have
It's
some.
it's
I have some right here.
Can I stop you? Can I stop you? Can I stop you?
Mhm.
Sandpaper is good for polishing diamonds and emeralds, but for anything else, you can just use a normal grindstone. You can use a diamond grindstone to polish diamonds and emeralds, and it'll give you
I just
bonus
wanna-
XP and
I
stuff.
just want to know how to do it. That's all. Even if you
Just
even if-
crouch and right click.
no,
Not with the sandpaper.
I'm saying I want to know how to do it with the sandpaper for future, even if I
Oh.
technically could use this on a grindstone.
Swap
You put
hands.
the sandpaper in your offhand and you hold right click
Mhm.
with the item you want to grind on your main hand. Ow.
It doesn't give you redstone if you do that. Oh no. Honey.
Oh
What
no.
I was
happened?
wolfed. I was wolfed.
Oh
I got
Are they foxes? I forgot.
They're-
Um,
Waterhound?
no! They're fox hounds.
Chat
Fox
says Sophie needs our encouragement. Yeah.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Please help me.
yes,
Um,
she does.
And then also says you use sandpaper to read while at the beach.
Yeah,
Yeah.
This is true.
Yeah.
accurate.
Factual. Actual factual info. Um,
Oh yeah, Nightbot did the rules as now. Yay, Nightbot, you did
have we got bones?
Not anymore.
Balls.
the thing. Where did you put the other diamonds that were rough and then you polished? Oh.
La-di-da-da-da.
Geode. We have 4 geodes. Ooh.
Yeah, we can crack them open and see what's inside. Holy balls.
What happened?
Big.
Ah, yes. They occur.
I hate these
Chat
things.
approves of these
Ow.
rules. They now pass with the exception of me being allowed to be a backseat gamer. No, chat. You're not allowed to be a backseat gamer.
You are also not allowed, Sim.
I can't backseat game myself. That's literally just gaming.
No, but you constantly backseat game
Gaming.
everyone else, so stop. Not allowed.
Should I break open these geodes?
If you wait and we can get a fortune hammer, you'll get more.
Oh, okay. Keep them in there.
Good call. Oops.
What'd you do?
Go. I placed a block when I didn't mean to, that's all.
Oh.
So I have...
So you made the throwing shovel and then you didn't actually give it to me.
oh, right, it's hanging up on the tool rack.
Oh. I didn't know it was there.
Well, now you know.
Shovel.
So you actually want to take it now, do you?
No, I just want to see it. I just want to see how it works.
Fair enough. I'll allow you this. This time.
We grant you this mercy.
Yeah, nah, I didn't. Eh. I'll put it back in the tool.
Eh?
It's helpful if you have loyalty.
Did he actually throw it, or did he just hold it and?
I
He
threw
threw
it
it.
once.
Point blank.
You can throw it. Or, yeah, loyalty. I forgot about that. You can throw it like as far away as you want, and it'll break things.
I know. I just. Eh.
Not your vibe.
Not my vibe.
Your vibes are
Your...
wet and soggy.
Rude.
This is true. Frog.
Ribbit,
Ribbit, ribbit, bitch.
ribbit, wet boy.
Oh my...
Christ. How dare.
We dare.
Like this.
Often and well. Very daring.
Yippee!
Really? Oops.
The ducks have now been armed with throwing shovels. No!
Good.
Yes!
Soon the coup will be complete. First we arm our soldiers, and now we train them. We have to teach them to spleef CC.
No.
That way we can
That's
take over the
amazing.
channel. Make the slogan, ducks are amazing.
Ducks are elephants.
Ducks are elephants.
No!
Ducks are a form of elephant.
No,
Ducks
they
are a
aren't!
greater form of elephant.
What are you talking about?
Honestly, I thought you'd understand. You of all
Nice.
people.
I'm so confused.
Good.
What does a bitch gotta do to find a fucking mushroom biome?
A mushroom biome, honey.
Well,
Oh,
not a
oh,
mushroom
or-
biome, a warped or...
Ducks are elephants confirmed.
Or-
No! No, chat!
Yes, this is true, this is very true.
Factual. Confirmed.
I wanna find a warped biome, or whatever the other one is called. Twisting.
The warped
red
forest.
mushroom or blue mushroom, yeah.
Warped forest, crimson forest.
Them. Yes, one of those. Chat, which direction do I go to find a warped forest?
To choose your own adventure.
Choose your own
Yeah.
adventure. I mean... Yeah, chat. What do?
What do?
I don't know. Go
I have
north,
created a
says chat. I'm not sure
north?
exactly.
Yeah,
What,
go
what
north.
direction am I facing? What direction am I facing?
Use F3, look at it.
I'm facing north. Try again.
What do you mean, try again?
I've been going north the past half an hour.
Oh. Okay, so
Did
not
you get
north.
your stuff back?
I did.
Very good, I love you.
Okay, chat says ducks are large terrestrial mammals with trunks. Oh my goodness.
This is true.
Yes.
They have beaks,
Actual
not
factual.
trunks. And they're not large terrestrial
How
mammals.
can
They
you
are
be sure? How
they
can
are
you be sure they
semi-aquatic
mean-
birds. Jeez.
Birds can be mammals.
If they want.
No.
But Sim, how are you sure that they mean Trunks as in elephant trunks and not Trunks as in like shorts?
Swim shorts.
Yeah,
That's worse. That's a
or
worse
Trunks as in like
explanation.
containers.
I love you so much.
Okay, chat, I ask again. I need your help. What direction do I go in to find a warped forest? Not north. I'm already going north and I'm finding nothing.
Yeah, what direction, chat? Lucy. Lucy.
Yeah.
Yeet.
Hold on.
Just
let me
keep going north. Eventually you'll find the ducks.
I
Look. Come on. Oi! I was trying to do like a funny thing. You just walk off,
I'm sorry. I gave you the thing.
bitch.
chat.
Jeez.
You are going to have to write a 2-story essay. Yes, that is 2-story, not 2 pages. It has to be enough pages to reach 2-story height. On why ducks are mammals and how they are better than elephants if my pickaxe breaks before I get to a warped forest.
All right.
In this essay, I will cry.
Yeah. You owe me Sim's earliest memory if I don't find a
no.
warped forest.
Jesus Christ. Wait, my current what?
Your earliest memory. It will
Earliest
belong
memory.
to me
All right.
if
So
I
Like an
don't find a warped
NFT.
forest before the pickaxe breaks.
unfortunately for you, my earliest memory is high school.
Wow.
That is good enough for me. What the balls?
Wait a minute.
Cece's earliest
Oh.
memory is being found by a herd of elephants. I mean, yeah, there is like some truth to that. The herd of elephants being my friends. Ah!
I just
Skeleton,
realized-
skeleton, skeleton, skeleton,
Oh.
skeleton, skeleton,
Food,
skeleton,
food,
skeleton,
food,
skeleton, skeleton,
Food. Where's the skeleton?
Up there.
Edible. Comestible. Comida.
Why are you
The
saying?
skeletons are a form of edible drug.
Yeah, a flock of ducks. No, it's not a flock of ducks. Jeez.
Okay, well, I
Sophie,
found
are you in
another
the Nether?
fortress.
Are you in the Nether?
Yay!
No, I happen to be in the jungle, actually, locating nether fortresses left behind by the aliens that helped build Atlantis.
Aliens.
Okay, so I can't give you
That's it.
cabbage rolls yet. All right.
I mean, if you want to haul ass over here, be my guest, but I'm not going back to save you when, inevitably, something looks at you funny.
The weeds are eating my fucking farm.
Fair enough. I can help with that. Give me a minute.
I asked you to a while ago.
Yeah,
Please.
but I was eating my dinner.
Eat faster.
That's just rude.
You are just...
Wait, does coarse dirt work or no?
You are an elephant without a trunk.
Coarse dirt does work, actually.
Oh, okay. Cool. So I might
Actually,
use.
wait a minute. We have so much mulch. Why don't we just use that instead?
No, I don't really like the mulch. It's meh.
What do you mean you don't like it?
The hell are you eating the mulch? Why are you eating our mulch?
We have so much mulch, and it grows faster. You don't need water to hydrate it,
Be right
and
back.
weeds cannot grow in it. It is an objective upgrade.
Just give me a minute. I'm trying to figure something out.
I'm sure you are. Wait a minute.
Dirt bricks. Oh. I don't like the mulch. It's kind of. Eh.
What does that mean, Zim?
Does Cece have a trunk? Yes. If it is birch mulch, then Cece will eat it.
Bulch.
No, it just I don't know. It doesn't fit the vibe. Like it's not the right color. It's too dark for my liking. Like the dirt bricks is neat, actually.
Why are you talking about the aesthetics of the mulch when I'm talking about using it as a utility?
Because you wanted to no weeds, and I say we could probably use coarse dirt, and then
I'm not talking about around it, I'm talking instead of the farmland. You goose. The silly variety. You didn't know that, did you?
huh?
Allow me to show you.
I just want to make it pretty.
And I'm not saying you can't. In fact, I encourage that you do. I appreciate your effort. However, I am going to replace the dirt with a far superior sediment.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh no.
She went
Sophie, not again.
AFK. Uh,
I'm waiting for her to spawn.
she's AFK.
Oh.
Did you never notice when she leaves?
Not really, no. Because the background noise is always present. Okay, I'll grab the mulch and...
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We do have, like, multiple stacks of it. Wait, what about...
Mulchable.
What about rich...
Rich soil
Soil.
is for other purposes.
Okay.
It is destined for greater things.
Okay, I get it. Mulch, mulch, mulch. A lot of these dark colors look very similar to me. Like Scorchia, rich soil, mud, mulch. Like, they all look very similar. Wait, would rich soil work too, or nah?
I said that it's destined for greater things,
Okay.
but I suppose it would work.
Well, we only have 10, so we have like a stack and a bit of mulch, so we'll use that.
We have so much mulch.
We have 2 stacks and a bit.
Where did the rest go?
I literally have it in my hands. It's 2
I see.
and a bit stacks. Specifically,
Oh, I thought you said like 10 mulch, then a stack and a bit, and then 2 stack. Where is it coming from? Also, please place it in the water.
164 exactly.
Hi.
You died.
I realized this.
Like that?
Mhm.
Wouldn't that block off the water?
It's
Hey, wait,
soaked.
wait, wait, wait.
Place it outside the water and see what it looks like.
Thank you.
The same.
No. Hold on.
This
hold
is
on.
brighter. This one's darker.
Oh, it's like waterlogged.
Yeah.
It is waterlogged.
Okay, I will fill.
Mhm.
Oh, this makes it more obvious when it's on top of. Okay.
Yeah.
I misplaced it.
This also means that I can organize this a little bit better.
I keep misclicking. Oh my god.
I'm gonna need the hoe. There we go. I cannot hoe this. Why can't I plant cabbage seeds and mulch?
I told you mulch would be a bad idea.
It used to be able to. What's the matter? Can I just... What is the problem? What is your major malfunction?
Progress. The mods are compatible with each other because at the time they both had existed for long enough for people to request it as a function, and thus they were updated to function together.
I can't even plant wheat seeds in mulch.
Do you have to till it?
I'm using a hoe right now, and I need to use a vanilla hoe. Is that it? That'd be so stupid if so. A stone hoe.
Doesn't it have to be a different variant of mulch, or does it have to be like fertilized or something?
Let me just test something.
I need to look at the immersive weathering wiki.
Weird. I was trying to see if there was a type of mechanic that was crop. Rich soil has an important destiny. Yes, okay. Yes, chat. I think so.
Immersive weathering.
I
The
was-
wiki.
I was seeing if there was a particular type of like thing like when you pull up F3 that says like, oh, this is
Farmable soil.
farmable, or like you can farm on, or tillable or whatever. But I didn't see it pop up even on dirt, so I'm slightly confused.
You can plant crops on the new farmlands on Forge. Important, do not update old roads with immersive weathering to this version. Added mortar, which can be used to repair any cracked brick block. Mulch and knowledge of a new model and recipe, and no longer used for farming crop. Fuck.
Ah.
Oh my god.
Well, I just placed the last one.
Yeah.
And we have 2 left.
I guess rich soil is what's happening.
We only have
What
10
is
of
mulch
it.
used for now then?
Stuff like sugarcane, bamboo, anything that's placeable on grass.
We only have 10 of it though. We don't have like a bajillion.
Well, that just means we need to get more.
No, we don't want to do that.
Oh,
I
hello, Drow.
hate Better Combat so much. Or not Better Combat, Epic Fight.
Really?
Yeah, because the range on weapons is enough for anything to attack you regardless of the make of the weapon. And your attacks are slower than those of a monster. Or, like, they're vaguely the same speed. So you're either attacking or you're blocking. You can't do both. You can't counterattack. You can't defend yourself.
Do we
Just-
want to
it's
switch
so
it out
annoying.
for better combat?
Yeah, we did have that one
don't
stored
care-
because
I don't care enough to make the change. I'm just complaining because I can't kill a wither skeleton because my weapon just barely doesn't have enough range to hit it without getting hit myself.
Yeah, the only weapons. What I like about better combat in Tetra is that the weapon scales with its range, and with Epic Fight, it doesn't seem to do that. Honestly, I would
Epic
like.
Fight, no matter what modifications you put on the sword, it seems to be that the sword will always have the same range, which is the pathetic 3.5, quote-unquote 3.5 block range, which it really isn't. It's like a single block of range you get with a sword in vanilla.
Yeah.
It's so stupid.
I'd love to keep
Okay.
the overhaul on the mob AI, but also have better combat.
We can keep Epic Fight. I'm just complaining that weapons in vanilla have like a single block of range.
If you want, or I'm kind of tempted to add better combat, honestly.
Remember
Why?
last time we crashed because we couldn't have better combat and epic fight at the same time?
Yeah, we'd be replacing it in this scenario, but like,
Oh, okay.
Epic Fight is cool. It's fine. Again, I'm just complaining that it keeps the stupid range of the melee weapons.
Mm.
Like, your sword
You
is
got
the
grip
size
loops?
of a dagger. I'm pretty sure I do. I can't remember anymore. Your sword is the size of a dagger, and your hatchet has a twig for a handle.
Hmm.
Where the fuck
Chat
is it?
says the ducks are quote unquote not preparing an attack. No need to worry. And the ducks have quote unquote 0 swords.
Be not
Exactly.
afraid.
Yeah, I'm afraid. I think they're
Be
gonna.
not afraid.
Yeah, no, that's not happening.
Your assimilation's at hand.
Uh-oh.
It will all be over soon.
No.
Alright, so we need a lot of... Oh, hun,
Mm?
do me a huge favor.
Mm?
I require soul sand and magma blocks.
I don't know about the magma blocks, but I can try and get you the soul sand.
Water
The
elevators?
problem with magma blocks is that our nether is ass.
Uh-oh.
We spawn above a lava lake on a tiny platform of basalt.
Oh.
Basalt deltas do have magma blocks.
Yeah, but
Not a
like,
basalt delta, above a lava lake on a platform made of basalt.
gah.
Did we
Like,
lose
Yeah,
you can
mulch?
go into the
balls.
nether portal and see for
Where's
yourself.
Where's the rest of the mulch? Oh, there it is. There we go. Okay, so rich soil doesn't get waterlogged like mulch, so we'd have to water it similar to regular farmland.
Yeah, we would. We would.
But like, you destroyed literally all of our crops, so I don't know what to do now.
Well, we were gonna move that farm anyway.
True. There's quote unquote nothing suspicious about these air quotes. Yes, there's very, very many things suspicious with those air quotes.
No, I don't think there is.
Yes,
I
there
don't
are.
see anything
Yes,
suspicious
there
about them.
are.
No, they don't smell suspicious.
I think you have a failure in your scent abilities because
I think you smell like catfish.
Jesus Christ. I literally know this chatter,
That
and
smells good.
and this particular chatter has an inclination to make very, 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 very suspicious air quotes. Air quotes are very good. No, not really. Not all the time.
Yeah, they're really good.
No.
I like them. Air quotes are wonderful.
What is the compost chance? 65 versus 50. Ouch. Yeah, the melon slices are really good for compost.
Melon slices of all things.
Yeah, they're 50%.
Cool. We live in the melon lands.
The sus detector, aka me, says these quotes are not sus. No, I
You
don't
see, they're not
think-
sus. You have professional opinions saying they're not sus.
But like, my sus detector, aka me, says that they are.
Yeah, but you are really silly.
This is true.
The Melon Kingdom. I don't think it's the Melon Kingdom. No,
Yes, it is.
no, it's not.
The melons literally come out of the ground.
Why are we composting all of these?
I need bone meal for rich compost.
But
But what, Sim?
but we need to be sure to have
Speak
melon
yours.
seeds for
We
when
have
we
melon
remake
seeds.
this farm. Oh, we do?
We have them.
Okay.
I have all the seeds
The
in my
melons
backpack.
literally grow infinitely in this biome, Sim.
Oh, fair enough.
You forget.
All right. Chat says that CC is the silly king of melon lands, and the treasure of this land is mac and cheese. Yeah, Pretty much.
This is true.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Well, you two are the queens, so.
Yeah,
Yep.
this is true. That means I can throw out our treasure and go find better treasure.
No!
I think that's acceptable.
No. Actually.
Why not?
Yeah, why not, coward?
I'm not a coward. Wait, how
Are
did
you
you.
a cow?
How
A
did
bull,
you.
maybe.
How did. Lucy, how did you view the, like, statistics on whether something would be compostable percent or whatever?
JAI.
Oh.
I have found another fortress before I found a warped biome.
Allow me. And you're looking for a warp forest, huh?
Chad is
Mhm.
calling cap on this plan to throw out our mac and cheese.
Uh.
I agree. Uh-oh.
Oh
Oops.
no.
Did you...
Game crashed.
Uh-oh.
I tried to run
A command to
chat
find one?
message validation failure.
Oh.
Your chat message is not valid.
I think I know that. I know why that
What?
happened.
I typed a command.
Yeah. Oh, there's also some block lag.
Can we take an intermission? I want to grab some Tetra mods.
Tetra mods are cool.
Well,
But don't you have to go to sleep early today, Sim?
I got timed out. That's fun.
Yeah, because the server
Lucy was the
crashed.
host and she crashed.
Oh,
Goober.
right. Well,
Silly.
I am very silly.
Silly son bitch.
And, I mean, I do have
Are
to
you
go to bed.
okay?
What?
Are you okay?
I'm thinking. We love and
It's
stan our
okay,
silly
take your
king.
time. I know it's difficult for you.
Okay, so I think the chat validation has something to do with like this has been happening a bunch in recent times. I forget what the reason for it is.
Microsoft meddling with a perfectly good game.
Ouch.
I mean, yeah, kinda. Oh, fuck.
The Tomahawk is part of Art of Forging, which hasn't updated yet.
Aww.
However, there is a data pack version. Is this compatible? No, it's even less compatible. It's 118, not 119.
Oof. From
118, 119. 120. However, oh. Splunker? Well, Enigmatic Legacy, Spelunkery.
Okay, so this has happened a bunch before, and it could be from various different things. But there is a mod to fix it.
What are you talking about, huh?
There's a fabric. Oh, it's a fabric mod, not a forge mod. Damn. there's a fabric mod that can sometimes help fix the like chat validation error.
I don't care. It was a one-time thing where I was trying to do a command for her instead of telling her to do it because
Yeah,
fuck.
I know, but sometimes the chat validation error will happen anytime you use a slash in any message you send, which would include any command and anytime you like list your pronouns or something like that, which is silly. Chat is very
Wait.
valid. Yeah, I agree. But
Wait, the
like,
chat validation, what does that mean?
I honestly have no clue. It was a thing that's been happening on Hermitcraft as well, and then it happened on a Patreon server that I'm on, of one of the hermits, and it was recommended to use that mod, but it's a fabric mod, not a forge mod, so I'm not sure how we're gonna fix it here. But fingers crossed, it's not anything too bad. I don't know, but what I do know is I do have to get to bed early, so that was kind of a good place to stop at this point.
Can you just make sure you update, or not update, but grab these mods before you go?
I mean, I have to close the game, so I want to like
Yeah?
send my stream off, and then I can do that.
Alright. Go right ahead.
Doesn't it seem absolutely horrid that Minecraft, which as of late has tried to be such a prim and proper franchise, I guess, has a validation method that will just so happen to kick someone out if they use a slash in their chat, which is, like you said, often used to describe somebody's pronouns.
Yeah, that's kind of telling.
I ran a command
Well, yeah, it's
Yeah.
with
also
only
in
one
commands.
slash.
It's also in commands all the time.
Your
What?
command was not valid.
Wait, does it kick you because it's like a chat filter thing? Like, oh, you said a bad?
I don't think
Probably.
I don't think it's a chat filter thing. I think it's a I think it's a like the slash is like I don't know, cuz like other people had it for a lot of different other punctuation like using parens and stuff like that to make smiley faces. Parens and semicolons and such. You know what I mean? Like I think it's not just like I don't know. I think it's more than that. Anyway,
Uh, can we vote on something real quick?
Sure.
Well,
do we
wait,
have to do it on stream? I'm
not
want to
necessarily.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. So
We can say farewell to everyone.
yes.
Don't do what you do to us and just say bye and dip.
No, I'm going to find somebody to raid. All right, chat.
Okay,
We're gonna
good.
pass everybody along to a raid, and you can. Oh, according to the bug report, it goes back to at least March of 2023. Yeah, that's what I figured.
Oh shit, it's Liz.
Oh, cool.
So I think we're
Raid
going
Liz.
to.
Raid Liz.
Oh, hi, Liz. I don't think I can raid Liz unless she's also live, but I don't think
Oh,
she is.
I thought you exclaimed that she was around because she was live, Liz.
She is
She's in
alive.
chat. She's in chat.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm actually
Alive.
going to send you over to someone I really enjoy and appreciate and is like really cool and has chill vibes and is doing Disney Speedstorm, which is basically like Disney version of Mario Kart except way better music and mechanics. So
They tune up the cars real good then?
yep. So I'm going to wait for people
Joke went
to
right over the man's head.
no. Listen, I'm going to see if we can get people ready to raid. All right. Have a good one,
All
everybody.
right, everyone, ready your spears. Have the ducks ready their
No,
swords.
don't-
You're about to commence a raid.
We're gonna raid. We're gonna raid.
Make sure you
Cam.
plunder and, above all, have fun.
All right. Bye bye, everybody.
Bye.